Welcome to the Investor Hot Seat. One company is on the hot seat presenting their company to a panel of investor judges who are actively looking to invest. The judges will determine if the company is ready for them to invest in or if they can offer advice to help them improve their company's value and mission. Join us to see if the company can capture at least one investor or they go home with some good advice. Stay tuned to find out.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Nemanic, and I am your Master of Ceremonies for the Investor Hot Seat webinar. I'd like to welcome everyone that has joined us today. The Investor Hot Seat is a 4-hour virtual webinar. We will have leading industry speakers presenting companies and investors discussing the business opportunities in the apparel, blockchain, cannabis, CBD, mining, pain management, and sustainability industry. Our goals are to entertain, educate, and facilitate connections for investors who want to learn about new and different opportunities, and for companies and industry professionals who are seeking resources to grow their business. So today, we'll start off with speakers and panels. We will then transition to a lineup of 8 innovative companies, each presenting their investment opportunity to a panel of experienced investor judges. This is the investor pitch competition portion of our webinar. At the end of the investor pitch competition, we will learn which companies the investor judges and audience selected by ranking first their favorite presentation. All the presenting companies are good, but there can only be one winner. We are excited to be joined on this webinar by an audience of investors, industry professionals, and entrepreneurs located in 33 countries. And I'm not going to list them all, but I mean, it's amazing. 5 continents. So great selection of people from all over. So welcome, everyone. Please welcome. So schedule for today's webinar is as follows. 11:05 a.m. to 11:15 a.m. Opening comments by yours truly, John Nemanic. 11:15 a.m. to 12:55 p.m. our featured speakers and panels. 1 p.m. to 3:03 p.m. the investor pitch competition. I will introduce the moderator. 1:05 p.m. to 1:20 p.m. introductions of the investor judges. 1:20 p.m. to 3:03 p.m. presentations by companies. 3:03 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. voting by investor judges and audience. 3:15 p.m. to 3:20 p.m. my closing announcements. And 3:20 p.m. 4:30 p.m. Zoom room networking. Do not miss this part of the webinar, please. Okay, we have a few webinar items to cover. First, if you want to submit a question, just use the chat button at the bottom of your screen. Please make sure you're chatting with all panelists and attendees. Second, we are currently in what is called a Zoom webinar at 3:20 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. When we start networking, we will switch from the Zoom webinar to a Zoom room networking. Here, you will have the opportunity to interact with speakers, investor judges, presenting companies in the audience. To join the Zoom room networking, you will need to register again for the Zoom meeting. You were emailed the Zoom link prior to the event. We will also post this registration link in the chat. This registration link is also located on the homepage of the Cannabis Investing Forum website. As a reminder, you may access the webinar agenda, presenting companies, investor judges, and featured speakers, contact information at the Investor Hot Seat website, www.investorhotseat.com. That is www.investorhotseat.com. Now, I've been asked to share about myself as an investor and entrepreneur. I am John Nemanic, and I have been investing for over 35 years, having co-founded over 10 companies. I have taken public in the technology sector 3 companies in the capacity of president, CEO, or chairman, with 2 9-figure and 1 8-figure exits. A few of my successes have been Hostopia.com, sold to Deluxe Communications for $124 million. Internet Direct merged with Look Communications for a deemed value of $560 million, and 2 cows sold for $45 million to the Steinmetz Group of Israel. Last time I checked, Two cows had a market cap of over 700 million. Perhaps not my smartest trade, but was very profitable. I invest in multiple sectors, including technology, mining, private placements, cannabis, convertible debentures, Bitcoin, blockchain, DeFi, real estate, and so forth. My cannabis investments are located in Canada, US, and Colombia. In Canada, I am the chair of Province Brands, a past presenting company where we recently raised 21 million US, and in Colombia, where I'm president of the Green Mile, a licensed cannabis producer. In addition, I am partnered with my spouse, Professor Dr. Sandra Carrillo, a medical cannabis specialist. Medica and IPS, the name of our clinics in Colombia, are focused on patient wellness and collecting real-world evidence. We also have an online educational platform targeting medical doctors and healthcare professionals. Having a partner who is an MD and professor with contacts on 5 continents gives me an unfair advantage in the medical cannabis space. For example, instead of Dr. Google, imagine calling top researchers and medical doctors in the global sphere and obtaining good answers that would normally take hundreds of hours of research and advanced medical understanding to discern. My biography may be found on investorhotseat.com, along with the biographies of presenters and judges. I encourage you to point your browser to www.investorhotseat.com and learn more about the extraordinary people you'll be watching today. You can also Google my name or find me on LinkedIn. Now, let's get started with the Investor Hot Seat. And our first speaker today is Josh Kincaid, Portfolio Risk Manager, C3 Fund, who will be presenting on the following topic: using automated algorithmic trading to invest in niche sectors like cannabis. Now, there's a lot to unpack there. Josh was a security risk analyst managing $650 million fund. He has a proven success record in finance, compliance, and operations within highly regulated industries. He's experienced the financial industry's stringent regulatory environment and has survived a myriad of regulatory changes in the cannabis industry. He constantly monitors potential changes that could impact the industry, utilizing an extensive contact base to leverage his clients' resources and maximize success. Josh has been connecting individuals and businesses since his internship at the World Trade Center. By the way, Josh, I'm glad you made it out of there. Over the last 6 years, Josh keeps a finger on the pulse of the industry, utilizing technology and data from Headset, New Frontier Data, and the Cannabis Alliance. He analyzes economic market reactions and synthesizes recommendations. In his spare time, he produces a cannabis business podcast called The Talking Hedge. Google it. This is an excellent podcast worth listening to if you are a serious player. Josh is an advisor and contract CFO for companies throughout North America. He holds a degree in international business management from Western Washington University and a master's of finance from the City University of Seattle. Mr. Josh Kincaid, please take it away.
All right. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Appreciate that, John. All right. Sharing my screen here. Wanted to just kind of start with this high-level overview of how we at C3 use automated algorithmic trading, or a robot trading, robo-advisor, if you will. So Warren Buffett's saying you cannot control your emotions if you can't control your money. We're going to kind of use that as a theme as we move forward. So at C3, we are an innovative FinTech company that licenses an automated stock trading software to sophisticated investors and institutional advisors to invest in niche alternative sectors like cannabis or crypto. So we use artificial intelligence-based technical analysis and machine learning with predictive analytics to invest in niche sectors like cannabis, Chinese, semiconductors, and we've branched out to add crypto or IPOs or a custom index So we've actually replicated the ARC fund, Kathy Woods's fund, and got 170% return over her 110%. Also doing crypto, we'll dive into that. So we can do the Bangladesh Stock Exchange, for example, they don't have fully automated. And so we're able to send them alerts for a human to then execute. So there's a lot of different functionalities that we have here at C3, a lot of things that you can do for automated algorithmic trading as well. So we're investing using what we call smart frequency trading, and that benefits our clients with capital preservation, risk management, and long-term growth. And we want to be the world's first AI-based cannabis exchange traded fund, or ETF. I'm going to get into performance and show you eventually kind of how we compare against PODX and MJ. But first off, just kind of giving this educational high-level overview of what it is first. Back to the problem statement. Too many investors are following their emotions. So a lot of people are struggling to separate their emotions from investment decisions and following a reactive cycle of excessive optimism, fear, which generally leads to really bad decisions at the worst possible time. So at C3, we don't trade based on emotions. We're ranking investment opportunities based on the probability of benefiting from current economic conditions, trends, events, and then identifying those particular stocks that have the greatest potential for appreciation. So the most successful moneymaker in finance history, a guy named Jim Simmons. And he has one simple rule of thumb for investing, which is remove all emotion. So he founded he founded Renaissance Technologies way back in 1978 and got over $100 billion, with the majority of that coming from algorithmic trading. So that's the core part of what we're doing at C3, using similar tools to invest and manage risk while preserving capital. And as you can see, it's nothing new. Last year, over 65% of all trades were actually done from machines. So this started from Rohit Srivastava. He was our chief investment officer, portfolio manager. He locked himself away in 2015 and developed this algorithm, finally launched it in 2017 to track the S&P 500. And for the last 5 years, we have an average return of 43%, tracking that S&P with 7 figures in assets under management. So what is it? Smart frequency trading, if I can use Apple as an analogy, if you were to buy Apple in 2016 and hold it for the entire year, you would have gained 9.94%. But stocks are going up and down. They're volatile. They're crazy. If you've watched Bitcoin in the last 48 hours, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And we love that volatility. Why? Because we're not getting 9.94%. We're taking $2 here or $200 there, whatever. As we're timing that market, the peaks and troughs are what our bread and butter. We're getting 49% during that same period, taking advantage of that volatility. The predictive analytics is really kind of helping us get away from the emotions and more towards algorithmic trading, which is exactly what we want to do. So using an analogy of renting a house or buying a house is basically looking at certain triggers, right? So maybe you need a bigger house or something for your kids, and there's also filters. So how many bedrooms are there? All of those things that you're going to be looking at, and it all boils down to risk. So you're going to have an inspection come out. You're going to look at the roof. You're going to have an appraiser come out. All of these things are creating new decisions for you, and you're learning from that. But our algorithm is doing the same thing, just at a much faster speed. So the triggers, the filters, the risk, all of these things, predictive analytics and risk management is making a lot of new decisions and learning from a lot of new experiences. So ultimately, you've got artificial intelligence and machine learning creating faster decisions and more opportunities for you. So what is it doing? Basically, what we do is we take a SQL upload with key definitions, executing our various triggers. And although it's technical analysis, it's taking fundamentals. So that Jazz Pharmaceutical buyout of GW Pharma or the Tilray merger, we picked up all of that and made a significant gain. executing through either E-Trade, TD Ameritrade, Interactive Brokers, or a proprietary system that our clients have. Anything that has an API connection or gateway, we can connect to. On crypto, that's Gemini, Coinbase, eToro, things like that. They can automatically connect and start trading. So our secret sauce is smart frequency trading. Again, this is analyzing multiple data points for potential trades using this automated algorithmic trading function. So smart frequency trading is benefit our clients with long-term growth, as well as this capital preservation, utilizing risk management to generate above market returns. And it does this with a combination of technical, quantitative, and cognitive analysis, along with predictive analytics, which helps with crazy markets like crypto. So we asked a month in advance. Our predictive analytics kind of popped up, and we said a month before the election, our cannabis stocks poised for a breakout. And they were. They went crazy between October and January, saw a massive amount of speculation as everyone was kind of anticipating federal legalization. We've seen a lot of correction since January, but we were able to see that in advance. Looking at some of our predictive analytics, the red dots on here are showing you when we wanted to get out of the market. Looking at 2018, you can see in the middle of the screen in October, getting out before the market fell off 14% in October of 2018. Last year, we avoided that whole market fall off of 37%. It does this by running through over 800 equities on the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ, and then analyzing a combination of 80 indicators to identify points when the market might be ready to sell off. And likewise, when a good time to get into the market might be. So some of the performance, like I mentioned, we do track for cannabis. We're looking at ETFMG, ticker symbol MJ, and then the Global PODX ETF. They had a negative 54, negative 56% respectively, compared to our positive 93%. So outperforming them by 147 and 149%, simply by really not using emotions. So year to date with crypto, as of 420, we were up 426% on crypto. Again, we got out of the majority of our trades before that collapse just 72 hours ago. So haven't had time to analyze where we got in, although that's what I'm going to be spending my afternoon, because I'm interested for obvious reasons. So there is a lot of FOMO, whether it's cannabis or crypto. Excited to see if Mexico or Israel becomes a third and fourth country to legalize after Uruguay and Canada. Obviously, the U.S. is going to be doing that at some point. So we are seeing some increasing speculation into the industry, especially after the election. Again, when we saw South Dakota and New Jersey and Arizona and Montana legalize, a lot of cash flow came into the cannabis space, anticipating immediate gratification, and that ROI didn't happen. So there was quite a significant Fibonacci retracement since February, around 2/3, 60-something%. So that does lead for some opportunities down the road, but you gotta diversify. So trading diversification for capital preservation and market risk management. We try to buffer some of our cannabis stocks with ESG or environmental social governance stocks to pad some of that volatility. Some other ways that we manage some of our risk, depending on the type of risk. There's systemic risk and then non-systemic risk. So systemic risk is a loss to the entire market, and there isn't anything you can really do, might not even trigger a trailing stop loss, and it impacts everything, versus non-systemic, which is very isolated to either an individual security or sector, and there is generally something you can do about that. There are trading risks, whether that's emotional trading or tax issues. There's ways to mitigate all of those types of risks. So we mitigate our systemic risk with market downturn indicators that I showed you, and then non-systemic risk by diversification. We also have trading risks that we have AI making unemotional decisions, and is also pretty decent at tax as well. So again, we have market downturn indicators as well as diversification, and AI has got our back constantly. So that's basically our smart frequency trading in a nutshell. Shameless plug on some of the nominations we've gotten the last couple of quarters for best crypto and trading platform, best AI platform, and be more than happy to talk about that. Obviously, it's not FDIC insured or bank guaranteed and may lose value. And if there's any questions, you guys can get a hold of me at josh@c3fund.com. And if there's any questions, if not, I appreciate the time, John.
It's like John lost his sound. Manic, are you there?
Josh, can you guys hear me?
Daniel?
Yeah, quite impressive numbers. I was a retail broker for 23 years, sold my practice 3 years ago. Obviously, this has been a great asset allocation for clients. How do you see it fitting in to just an overall asset allocation, you know, your traditional 60-40 asset allocation with brokers?
Brokers are some of our favorite clients, as a matter of fact. So regardless of what their strategy is or focus, it's a tool that we can help them either with fully automation or with, like I mentioned, just alerts. So regardless of sector, I think it's a tool that a lot of people should be utilizing in addition to other technical indicators. Ichimoku is another one. Elliott Wave, if you believe in that. So yeah. They'd be more than happy to talk to you more about it offline, but I think there should be more fund managers and asset managers utilizing technical indicators that we have at C3.
Absolutely. I'm sure I have a ton of questions. I could definitely ask you offline for sure.
Yeah, either way. Appreciate it, Daniel. Thank you.
I have a quick question, Clifford Perry.
Hi, Cliff.
Hi, I know, or I believe that we will all have access to this recording in full. Is that right, Brad, or no?
Yes.
Okay, and Josh, if I were interested in having, I have your email, but if I'm interested in having access to your PowerPoint, is that proprietary? Do you require an NDA or?
I do not require an NDA. I do the opposite, and I will give you a finder's fee.
Okay, I'm very, very interested in putting you together with another engineer that has a platform similar, that where I believe there's tremendous synergy here.
Beautiful. Thank you, Cliff.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question for you, Josh. You know that there's 5 traditional measures of risk in a portfolio: alpha, beta, R squared, SD, and of course, Sharpe ratio. How do you assess the risk of your program, and how do you compare?
We take all of those into consideration, Sharpe ratio especially, and our emulated results, we backtest everything, and they're pretty on point, within 1% or 2% from actual results. So crypto, our emulated results for last year, 420%, were emulated in actual results year to date, 420%. So in terms of the technical risk analysis, you know, going back to 2009, 2008, I think are big for when we develop a fund. That's what we look at, is we're looking at certain crashes and certain black swan events and market risk. And so I feel like we're pretty on point. We're looking at that all of the time. So to your point, I think there's going to be a certain area in time where we need to look at that. As this longest bull market in history comes to an end, there will be a crash, and tools like this to kind of prepare yourself on when the timing might occur is going to be something that many people need and will look at in the future after they realize they don't have that kind of security. So I feel like we're already prepared, and hopefully we'll be able to prep other people with these kind of tools.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up soon with a quick question. How long is your data set?
It depends on the fund. I mean, we've been in business for over 5 years running the algorithm across half dozen fund families. So, you know, if you want data sets on crypto, we've got a couple years back tested, or something that we've been running consistently for 5 years. So, plenty of info to run through with you if you want to see it.
I do, and we'll discuss that offline, but quickly, I just want to say that for those people that are interested in investing in cryptos in particular, I think that what you have to offer is really interesting. I mean, Bitcoin is 11 years, so I mean, how much history you really have, but you certainly need to take the emotion out of that particular sector. So I think you're onto something very interesting, and I wish you the best of luck.
Appreciate it. It wasn't easy for crypto either. To try to tie all in to get all of those coins and everything and then automate it was a massive task. And I think we're one of the only people doing it with automated algorithmic trading. So it's been a challenge, but it's never stopped us before.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And it's such a fascinating presentation. I could go on, but
There's a lot more. I'm interested to see what other people have. So if there's no more questions, let's get this rolling, because I'm excited.
Yeah, one more question, John. I looked at my my Gemini account yesterday. Obviously, was very sad, and my PayPal too. So I don't have a Coinbase, but how did your fund react to that massive sell-off, primarily due to the big mouth of our Tesla friend?
Yeah, love Elon Musk, that guy. I've got a short position on Tesla, and it's not doing too well. But I'm just saying that anyways. The robot got out before the crash, so I haven't seen what its entry points were yet, Daniel, but I will definitely follow up with you. I'm excited to see what our entry is today. I think we're up at least 10%, you know, in the last 12 hours.
Same here.
we
avoided that whole market fall off.
Okay, that was my question. Wow. Okay. Awesome.
That's great. That's great. Well, thank you very much, Josh Kincaid, for an absolutely fascinating presentation. And I encourage people out there to find out more about what he's doing, especially if you're planning on investing in cryptos in a serious way. So moving on, our second speaker today is Dr. Sandra Carrillo. Her topic is medical cannabis, a physician's perspective. And before I proceed, I'd like to preface by declaring that Dr. Sandra Carrillo is my spouse, invited by Brad Turner to appear. I have conducted hundreds of interviews and presentations, but interviewing my wife is a first even for me. As one of my good friends stated, you're one of the bravest men I know. Dr. Sandra Carrillo earned her medical doctorate degree from the University CES in Medellin, Colombia. She holds a master's degree in aesthetic medicine from Baleares Island University in Spain, and completed a master's program of anti-aging and aesthetic medicine in Argentina, certified by the International Anti-Aging Society. Dr. Carrillo further holds a master's in health services management, Universidad Latina in Panama, which is essentially a specialized MBA. She is certified by the Pharmacology University and deemed an expert doctor in cannabis medicine, University of Puerto Rico. She completed the University of Toronto Faculty of Medicine, CC.net cannabis training program for MDs twice, and I could spend the next 15 minutes describing her other qualifications. Dr. Sandra Carrillo is professor in charge of the Cannabis Research and Education Initiative, Faculty of Medicine, University of Panama. She is the president of the Colombian Medical Association of Cannabis Practitioners. And further, she is co-founder of Medican IPS, the second largest group of medical cannabis clinics and practitioners in Colombia, with 7 locations in Canada. Sandra has spoken at over 50 events on 5 continents, including Canatech Panama, Digital Hollywood USA, Hemp and CBD Expo UK. She's appeared in Malta, Portugal, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, Jamaica, Thailand, etc., etc. She's regularly invited to speak at specialized scientific conferences on a continuous basis. Usually MD, PhD type events. You know, I've listened in on a few of them and I'm lost after the first 15. Moreover, Sandra has appeared on dozens of television and radio programs and makes regular podcast appearances. Sandra has guest lectured at the SES Medical School in Colombia, University of Sao Paulo, Brazil, and the University of Mexico, Mexico City, where she holds an honorary professorship. She was an expert witness presenting several oral and written submissions before the Government Health Committee responsible for drafting legislation to legalize cannabis for medical use in Panama. Her interests are primarily in research and education. She is a member of the ICRS, which is the International Cannabinoid Research Society, member of the SCC, Society of Cannabis Clinicians, board member of ACS, Association of Cannabis Specialists in the USA, and member of the IACM, International Association for Cannabinoid Medicine. And finally, her proudest achievements, Sandra is a co-founder of the Panama Food Bank and a volunteer at the Children's Epilepsy Foundation in Panama. Dr. Sandra Carrillo, welcome to the Investor Hot Seat.
Thank you so much, John, and thank you to Brad for inviting me. And it's an honor for me to be here and being interviewed by John. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity since education for me is a very important subject. And I also consider that the industry and the doctors and healthcare practitioners, we are part of an ecosystem. So we need a healthy industry as doctors to be able to have very good quality products and medicines for our patients. So these events are very important because we need to have a healthy industry in order to be able to create good medications for the patients and products that are safe for the patient's consumption.
There we are. It's working. And so let's start with the following questions. How did you get into medical cannabis? What made you decide to include medical cannabis in your clinical practice?
That's a very good question, a very important one, because this is like the who marks the before and the after in my clinical practice. Before, I was, I wouldn't say a traditional doctor because medical cannabis is not untraditional medicine. It's just medicine that is being used for thousands of years. But before I was working more on ER and doing more consultation, prescribing medications that usually all doctors prescribe. But since I am a volunteer of children's epilepsy in Panama, I started seeing mothers having to fly to other countries to get medications, particularly CBD, to treat their children epilepsy. We have to remember that these years, the internet, everybody has access to internet. So since in Panama, medical cannabis is not legal, I was seeing all these mothers flying to the United States, to Colombia, to different countries to find treatment for these patients, and in this specific case, children. And I saw how these patients were improving, so that made me think about maybe that was an alternative. And then I flew to Canada, and that was where I did my first training. And when I saw this room full of doctors, like it was like around 300 doctors talking about medical cannabis, scientific evidence, endocannabinoid system. So that was my first approach years ago. And since then, I changed change my approach to my patients, because I see now a patient more than a symptom, more than a disease. Is like a whole integrative approach that medical cannabis allowed me to do. And it's a more personalized medicine, which I feel very grateful to practice. Before, medicine has been automatized. The doctor is being required to see a number of patients every hour. So that don't allow the doctor to develop a good relationship with the patient. For the doctors that are practicing or prescribing medical cannabis, I think they will agree with me that we take the time to understand a lot of subjects regarding to the lifestyle of the patient, the quality of life. So I think medical cannabis allowed me to practice a more empathic medicine, more personalized medicine. So I feel very grateful, because since medical cannabis came into a clinical practice, I've been seeing the patients with a different perspective, more holistic and more personalized, which is very important, and the patients really appreciate all this time. So that's the way I started.
Great. Why shouldn't I just visit my local legal dispensary and buy directly from a bud tender? Why should I see an MD, ND, DO, or any other healthcare professional?
Well, that's an amazing question too, and you just say it because in the case of a doctor studied medicine, knows the body, knows the drug-drug interactions, knows the side effects, knows how to catalog a pathology, and knows how to customize or prescribe the proper treatment for the patient. And that also includes what is the follow-up of the patients. And this is very important, because the doctor, first of all, when the patient comes to the visit to the clinic, the doctor has to do a very deep clinical history and put it on the records. And then, of course, the physical examination. So there is a lot of things that a doctor has to do before deciding to prescribe or recommend medical cannabis. So I think there is a big difference, and it also depends in which country are you living. Particularly in Colombia, we don't have bud tenders. We just have the doctors, and medical cannabis is prescribed just by doctors. So it's very important for me, and I always say this to patients: don't self-medicate, because cannabis medicine is a very noble medicine, but as other medicine has some drug-drug interactions and some side effects. They are, of course, not lethal, but it's very important to have consideration. And the most important thing that I will always highlight is the drug-drug interactions. For a bud tender, it will be very hard to know the drug-drug interactions. So I think, of course, according to the country the person is living, I will always advise to visit the doctor first, because there is many things that had to be taken in consideration, and also to recommend the product that is safe and that is accurate for the patient's ailment.
Thank you. Based on your experience with patients, does access to medical cannabis improve lives?
Definitely, yes. That's 100% yes. And that is the part that I like most about medical cannabis or cannabinoid medicine, because I had the opportunity to see, and as I mentioned at the very beginning, we are not treating a symptom, we are not treating a pathology, we are treating a whole person from an integrative approach. So quality of life is something very important that we see improving in patients, in particular pathologies. I can mention just refractory epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, chronic pain like being neuropathic pain, arthritis, fibromyalgia, or oncological pain being different types of cancers that can produce pain. So we see how medical cannabis help these patients. Also talking about the nausea and vomiting induced by chemotherapy in patients. Definitely all these patients and multiple studies, randomized controlled trials, some of these studies, they have a scale and they are rating quality of life. And one of the major percentages that we see improvement is in quality of life. We have to remember the quality of life is if there is an oncologic patient with a terminal cancer, medical cannabis will help to improve the appetite, also will improve the sleeping quality, also will help the patients to feel more relaxed and deal with anxiety and depression. So even epilepsy, the children that are being treated with cannabidiol, you see a reduction also on of course, on the crisis, but you also see a very big impact on the family, not just on the patient, on the family, because if it's a child that is reduced 40 or 50% the seizure, this is a mother that will be able to go to work, and this is a family that will have more time to do other things together. So I think medical cannabis impacts the quality of life, not just of the patients, also of the family. So that's why I think cannabinoid medicine, I said, is the medicine of the future, but it's already the medicine of the present and was the medicine of the past. So I think that the doctor should be more open to this alternative and should be in the toolbox of each physician or healthcare practitioner.
Well said. I mean, it's just, maybe I have a conflict of interest there, but it amazed me. Nevertheless, it's very well said. What can people expect when they visit a cannabis doctor? What's the process like? Now, you have touched upon this already, but perhaps you could amplify a little bit.
Yes, well, particularly in Colombia, that we have our clinics, it's a very simple process. Of course, the appointment, the patient comes to the consultation, the doctor does a clinical history record with a questionnaire or different history records that the patient can have. Then the physical examination, and sometimes as doctor, we like to have some preliminary blood tests. In another cases, in the same consultation, the doctors prescribes. In Colombia particularly, doctors are allowed to prescribe medical cannabis. So what I do what we do in our clinics is we prescribe the medical cannabis in a form of magistral formulation. That is what is legal right now in Colombia. And the patient will receive the medication 3 to 5 days later. After that, particularly in my case, in our clinics, we do for the first month a follow-up on the patients every 3 days. We talk to the patient, the doctor, the nurses, to see how is the patient evolving, because it's the process of titration. And then after a month, or after the patient achieves control of the symptoms, then you start seeing the patient every month, every 2 months, or every 3 months, according to the pathology or the necessity of the patient. But it is a very simple process, and thanks God in Colombia we have this advantage that we have medicines available right now for patients.
Yeah, very true. A lot of places may have medical cannabis legalized, but probably actually accessing, like England, for example. But anyways, I won't go on about that. I understand the medical cannabis can be administered in several forms. Please describe.
Yeah, well, that's a very important part because according to the country, you have different presentations. Globally, we know that the presentations where medical cannabis can be used is inhaled, of course, through vaporizators, that they are actually very good technology out there, and is the one that the patient will obtain the fastest effect or the fastest relief or the fastest onset of the treatment. Of course, I don't recommend the smoke part because either way, the fact to be burning the cigarettes produce toluene, benzene, and different chemicals that can irritate the lungs. Another presentation is the oral presentations. We have tinctures, oils, capsules, sprays. So it's incredible what we have right now. And they are developing very interesting technologies because we know that the oral presentations have a challenge because the absorption is very little versus the inhaled administration. So with the oral presentations, I have seen very interesting things happening with nanotechnology, nano emulsifications, and different technologies that they're using to make oral medical cannabis having a better bioavailability and better absorption. And they are developing suppositoriums, patches, and of course, the cosmetic line for doing treatments on the skin, and they're always using also technology for transdermal patches. So this is a very wide variety right now that we have. And then the edibles, that they are like the gummies and these other infused beverages that are not that much part of what us as doctors we use. So we use more in Colombia right now, we are just allowed to prescribe the oral medications. So as I said, we have tinctures, oil sprays in magistral formulations. But so far in other countries, they have the inhaled way available. So those two are very important. Also, they have been some good results reported with the use of suppositoriums. And in the cosmetic line, of course, the development of different types of cosmetic, which is very exciting too.
Yeah. Someday you'll have to tell people the cosmetic line you developed for a very, very famous Hollywood couple. Anyways, let's move on. Tell us on an anonymous basis about a typical cannabis patient, one that you've treated. Just give us like a quick case study.
Well, in our clinics, we see a lot of patients with chronic pain. This is huge because, as I mentioned, chronic pain is a big word, but we have to define what type of chronic pain. As I say, fibromyalgia, arthritis, neuropathic pain, oncological pain. But usually I have patients with fibromyalgia, a good amount that they respond very well. There were patients that they've been treated with a lot of different medications and even having all the side effects of these medications, particularly in this case, I'm talking about a female, 50 years old, that has been suffering of fibromyalgia all her life and being treated with tons of medications. And we know, and we have evidence, actually Dr. Ethan Russo wrote a very interesting paper talking about the deficiency of the endocannabinoid system. So in these patients with fibromyalgia and chronic syndromes like fibromyalgia, irritable bowel syndrome, and migraines that are actually usually presented in patients with fibromyalgia, they found that these patients have problem with the endocannabinoid system, the tone. Sometimes are the enzymes that degrade the endocannabinoids, sometimes are the production of endocannabinoids, sometimes are problems with the receptors. So this is a very interesting theory. And in a patient, for example, with fibromyalgia, they respond very well to medical cannabis treatment, impacting their lives, particular lives of this patient. She couldn't sleep. She was all the time anxious and depressed, and she was all the day long suffering pain. And then by reducing the pain of a patient, that the scale was with the 1 to 10, 10, and then after a month, the patient reduced the scale from 1 to 10 to 2 or 3. This is those are very big numbers, because patients like this, then they sleep better, they eat better, and they have a better quality of life. So this is like a small example in here. And right now, where we have more scientific evidence in treatments with medical cannabis is refractory epilepsy, particularly Lennox-Gastaut, Dravet syndrome, and recently was approved for tuberous sclerosis, all the epileptic syndromes. And also for multiple sclerosis, particularly spasticity. Also, we have good evidence for the treatment with medical cannabis of patients with nausea and vomiting induced for chemotherapy. And the last will be chronic pain that I already described. So definitely we have a lot of patients with chronic pain being improving their lives by using medical cannabis. And I'm sure that we will see a lot of research being released very soon, and almost since last 5 years, I've been seeing a very important amount of research being released. So this makes me very optimistic, because we know that we will have more evidence in the future for other pathologies that I think a lot of scientists and researchers are looking at for many years. And since the UN removed medical cannabis from Schedule 4, this is a way that the governments and countries can see that should relax a little bit the regulations they have for research, so that will allow more doctors to do more research. So I think the future is very bright for medical cannabis. I am very optimistic, and I see a lot of applications, but I also see that we need to do more education, because medical cannabis can be more popular among doctors and healthcare practitioners if we keep educating doctors in a formal way.
That's great. Thank you. I'm going to have to wrap it up fairly soon, but there is one question I do have that I feel I have to ask, and that is, what problems do you see with medical cannabis? What are some of the side effects?
Very important. Particularly medical cannabis, you have to, as a doctor, we have to be careful with risk populations. There's populations that present high risk. For example, patients with unstable cardiac and pulmonary disease, also adolescents, and also pregnant women or during breastfeeding. And one of the most important ones is patients with clinical history of psychosis or schizophrenia. And also patients that they have a history record of substances or drug abuse. So those are risk populations that the doctor needs to assess what are the risk versus the benefits in these patients. Definitely, I will say that one of the biggest contraindications will be THC for patients with schizophrenia, because there's actually some studies right now with CBD, cannabidiol, for treating these patients, but THC avoided with patients with schizophrenia or psychosis. And what I was talking earlier about the drug-drug interactions, we have to think, and as doctors and scientists, we know there is a lot of interactions with other drugs, with other medicines that usually the patients are taking, for example, warfarin, some benzodiazepines. So it's not that there is a contraindication to use them, is that if the doctor is aware that the patient is taking these medications, there is actually a website where they have a very long list of these drug-drug interactions. So we actually have it available for our doctors because it's impossible to memorize 50 or 100 medicines that could have interactions, because we know CBD acts in different levels of receptors, not just CB1 and CB2, acts on TRVP, or acts on 5-HTA, so many receptors that we have to account that other drugs or medications are using too, and also that they are all metabolized through the CYPs, the cytochrome enzymes.
Sandra, I'm sorry, sweetheart. We gotta wrap this up, okay? We're running over. So, thank you, Dr. Carrillo. I'll be home for dinner at 6. So, moving on,
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. It's a pleasure. So moving on, our third speaker is Dr. Dave, one of my favorites. His topic, different investment opportunities in the cannabis sector. David M. Kunick, PhD, actually double PhD, is an entrepreneur who specializes in investor advisory services. Dr. Dave, as most people know him, has raised capital, expanded several companies, and has employed over 300 plus people. He's been in the medical field for over 18 plus years, has been a business owner for 19 plus years, and has been in the cannabis industry for 10 plus years. Some people call him the triple-headed dragon due to his diversity and experience. Over the past 16 years, Dr. Dave has started over 10 plus companies, both in the public and private sector, and has successfully sold many of them. His efforts in business operations and human resources won him the prestigious Alfred Sloan Award for workplace programs and flexibility. That's a big deal, by the way. David has assisted many companies in securing millions of dollars for his clients, ranging from the cannabis, hemp, energy, medical, water, and beverage industry. He has served on numerous boards as an advisor and is a trusted source of information. Dr. Dave is frequently invited to keynote and speak at conferences on a variety of topics. So, Dr. Dave, please take it away.
Thank you so much, John. I really do appreciate the introduction. And for everyone that's here on the panel, thank you for spending your time. And from one former investor judge to the current investor judges, I wish everyone the best of luck today. And I hope it's a great event for everyone. What we're going to start off with today is actually a quick 2-minute video. And I'd recommend for this 2-minute video that's going to be played in a second, that if you could turn up the volume on your computer, your laptop, your cell phone. If you have an issue hearing the video, I will put my email address in the chat room. You can email us directly and we'll send you that video. But after we start off with this, we'll continue on with the presentation. So Brad and Ron, if you could cue the video, that'd be great.
Hello. If you're watching this video, you must have already reached out about the exciting opportunity currently being offered by UCS Advisors to both accredited and non-accredited investors. If you're wondering if these opportunities apply to you, ask yourself, are you someone who likes to diversify your investments? Are you currently in law enforcement, military, or a government-regulated job that decides for you that you cannot invest in the hemp and cannabis stocks while the rest of Wall Street sees exponential gains in these fields and new and exciting industries? Are you tired of not having the capital to invest in larger deals that seem only available to the financially elite, accredited investors, or large firms? Well, then UCS Advisors is your answer. We have been watching, listening, and providing guidance to all types of people from all walks of life for over a decade. Whether you're a policeman, a fireman, a carpenter, our business is making sure that your business succeeds. UCS Advisors does this by giving you the personal empowerment to be flexible in your investments. It gives you the personal empowerment to be diverse in your investment, and the personal empowerment to be in the know, to know when your money will mature, know exactly what time frame the money will mature, and know exactly the amount of money so that you can plan and make decisions for your future. Many people in the financial world only see the tip of the iceberg. UCS Advisors sees the entire iceberg, what is below the surface, out of public eye, and forged through a decade of interpersonal relationships and business integrity. Over 100 companies from all walks of life, publicly and privately, investments starting as low as $5,000 and becoming fully matured in as little as 15 months, a 30% return on investment. For example, if you invest $10,000 today, you will get back $13,000 in 15 months or less. It's that simple. We place your money where we think it will grow, and we pay you a flat 30% profit, similar to a corporate bond or a small business-to-business loan. 30% return, no more or no less, in 15 months or less. Contact UCS Advisors today and take advantage of this amazing opportunity. Dr. David Kunick, the co-founder and CEO, he can be reached directly at 201-252-7170 or visit us on the web at ucsadvisor.com.
Yeah, sorry about the delay, everyone. So that is our general video that we put out. And today we're going to talk about why this program came about. And let's go over some facts right now. Fact: if you work for certain government agencies, you are not allowed to invest in cannabis or hemp, such as the U.S. Marshals, such as if you work for the federal prison system. Fact: if you are an active military member, you are not allowed to invest directly into a cannabis deal. Fact: some states actually ban state-employed first responders, such as EMTs and firefighters, from investing directly into cannabis opportunities. Fact: if you're not an accredited investor, there are numerous, I repeat, there are numerous opportunities you are not allowed to invest in for cannabis. Fact: depending on your background check, if you want to invest in a private deal, you may not qualify to invest in a cannabis deal. And I'm going to take that point one step further. In several states, actually numerous states, if you get a drunk driving charge, that goes on your criminal record. And some states will not allow you to even apply for a cannabis license or to invest in a cannabis deal with that being on your record. Fact: the average cannabis owner, from concept of business idea to fully opening your business and generating a revenue, takes on average 2.78 years. Why do I bring that up? Is you always want to make sure you make your money work for yourself. Now, with these facts I just mentioned, and also being in cannabis now for almost 12 years, the investing landscape has dramatically changed. It's an estimated 86.5% of Americans no longer qualify here in 2021 to invest in cannabis. And that's not fair, and that's not right. And if you're paying attention to this presentation right now, if you've heard of the comedian Chris Rock, go in the chat room right now and say, I know who Chris Rock is. So if you're listening right now and paying attention to this presentation, and you know who the comedian Chris Rock is, just put a yes or say, I know who Chris Rock is. And why do I say that? Because Chris Rock, back in 2003, while doing one of his comedy shows, he said, that ain't right. And once again, that ain't right. So if you are a non-accredited investor, you can't invest in a lot of deals. That ain't right. If you work for the federal prison system or a U.S. Marshal, you can't invest in cannabis. That ain't right. Now, if we take another step further, if you look at the average cannabis deal, especially in the private sector right now, you're looking at a minimum of usually $75,000 to invest in. Not everyone has $75,000. And when you really look at how many people, especially here in America, have extra income to invest in private deals, they don't have the extra money, and that ain't right. Now, let's take it another step further. The other reason why we came up with this program was a time frame. Stock markets go up and down. We'll see here, you might have issues with getting your money back on a private deal. We have organized this program where our return on investment and an opportunity for this is within 15 months or less. Why do I bring this up? Is that the average private deal to get back your initial investment is roughly 3 years. That's right, 3 years. Not everyone can invest $75,000 and wait 3 years. And as Chris Rock says, that ain't right. And I see people blowing up the chat room down there saying they know who Chris Rock is, and I know I have your attention. Why was this program created? It was created out of demand, and also it was created due to accountability. No blaming the presidents, no blaming the stock markets, no blaming the economy, no blaming the lack of gas. We designed this program because us here at UCS Advisors assume 100% of the risk for your 30% return on investments. No blaming excuses. If we fall short of our number, that money's come out of our own pocket, plain and simple. The other reason why we also came up with this is that at the same exact time is that, to be quite frank, if you're going to give your money $100,000, you're going to do a ton of due diligence. And by the time you're done with your due diligence, that opportunity might be lost. And I've seen John shake his head several times during this presentation because he knows exactly what I'm referring to. Another reason why we came up with this program and we made our minimum investment $5,000 is, let's call a spade a spade. If you talk to your financial advisor, if you're a financial advisor here in the chat on this, I'm a financial advisor, because you're going to tell your clients, take 5% of your portfolio and put in something risky. Well, you got a $100,000 portfolio, 5%, that's $5,000. But once again, we created this program mainly due to two reasons. One, accountability. We were tired of everyone, when investments didn't come through, blaming the stock market or blaming COVID or blaming who the president was. We're tired of excuses. If you're a business owner, take accountability. And that's what we do here at UCS Advisors. The next reason is that if we were looking at the cannabis industry over a decade ago, pretty much anyone and everyone could invest in it. That's not the case anymore. And it's not fair. And in the words of Chris Rock, that ain't right. And it's just not right that so many people cannot invest in cannabis. And the other thing is too, last but not least, is we tell people, dip your toe in the water, invest 5, 10, or 15,000. See if our program is the right fit for you. And then if it is, then you might like some of the other deals. Listen, if you want to put 100 grand into a great deal, we have options for you. Josh Kincaid, I think, is speaking later today. C3 Fund, great company. They do great work. You've had other people here, such as AIconic Wellness, who's presented here, Investor Hot Seat, who does deals out in Michigan with Dispensary Go. They're doing great work as well, too. We have those deals that we can vet it, but if you don't feel comfortable or if you don't qualify for these better deals, reach out to us and we can educate you, we can empower you. And with that being said, because I know, John, we're going to have a little open forum for a couple minutes and talk. The main part of this program, and you can hear the passion in my voice, is that I've started 7 different cannabis companies in 5 different states. And it truly is amazing how over 85% of Americans no longer qualify to invest in cannabis deals. And that ain't right. And we are here to solve that problem. And we are here to help people with that. With that being said, John, I'd love to start a dialogue or any questions.
Wow. I don't know how many people really understand what it is that you're actually offering. I am an accredited investor, and I also have a family office that meets certain definitions. It basically allows me to invest in pretty well anything, right? But what does that really mean? That means that those deals that, people always wonder, how do I get into that? Why did this company, before it went public, how can I get into the pre-public stock? How can I get into the private investment rounds? And the answer, of course, is most of them you can't because you're not an accredited investor. And that's what you're addressing, in some ways, which is a market inefficiency. I mean, I understand the logic behind it originally was that, if you have a certain amount of money, in theory, you're a sophisticated investor. Supposedly, you know what you're doing. Well, that may be true, but the truth is, it's created an unfair advantage for guys like me that just basically can get into the earlier deals. So I'm going to go ahead, and with that having been said, I'm going to throw the following question out, and I think this is an important one, David, is what has changed in terms of the definition of an accredited investor? And more importantly, what does that mean to me?
So, John, this is a great question. And this is another reason why we came up with this program, because we saw how the term accredited investor was traditionally all about finances. And then they've slightly changed the definition where, depending your experience of being maybe a financial advisor, a financial planner, depending what certifications you hold, depending even your real life experience, if you've been on boards of publicly traded companies and what your experience has been in the money markets, you can now qualify as an accredited investor. And the term's getting looser and looser now. And what we usually tell people is this: at the end of the day, if you're not an accredited investor and you invest in a deal and you lose all your money, you have nothing to stand on. You can't sue the company. Nothing's going to happen. That's really the short end of it. You have nothing to do. And a lot of these better deals, you know what? They don't want to take that risk and they don't want that headache. So and what's interesting is, and I'm going to take a step further, John, and there's another reason why we developed this 30% return on investment program. We've been blessed. I've been blessed. I'll be first to admit to it. I've been in the industry long enough, as well as some of our team members, where we've got in on friends and family rounds. For some companies that are now in their Series B, Series C, or even Series D round, because we had that time, because we qualified. But we made sure that we empowered ourselves the opportunity to increase our positions through us. And that's why we offer a flat rate fee for our return on investment, because we have deals in place in the private sector, in the public sector. We have deals with small dispensaries and also small grow operators. We get a royalty for every ounce grown, or we get a percentage of the profit to hit X amount of dollars selling product out of their dispensary per month. Not everyone can get part of these deals. So we're taking that entire group of deals, putting them all together, knowing what we could offer for that return on investment for someone who might not quite qualify for that accredited investor, or they might just be a year or two away. And now they can start to dip their toes in the water and start to get involved in this cannabis industry.
That's a very important point, especially since you can do a level of due diligence that very relatively few investors, I even include myself in that category, can actually do. Because for me, if I'm doing a private placement, it's a small deal. I frankly just don't have the time. But
and John, let's take it a step further, actually. In 2020, we reviewed over 450 pitch decks.
Oh, there
Only 16 of them passed our vetting process. Yeah. Our investors are very happy with those 16. 2019, we did 325 plus. Only 12. And I see Josh Kincaid shaking his head, because we've talked about this offline, is that, you know what, when you're doing and you're working with someone, they're doing the due diligence for you. And that's why we laugh with working with financial advisors, because people in Boston, LA, Denver, those financial advisors saying, okay, we want you to help our clients because you make the money. They're going to take that profit, give it back to us, and let us reinvest it for them.
Yeah, no, and also, not that I hope it's not lost on anyone. From what I discern, you have deal flow, which is really important, because even someone like myself, I have access to, I belong to numerous groups and numerous firms, but there's still deals that I either can't get into, or I'm not qualified. I'm not saying qualified. I just can't get in. They just don't have the right contacts. And there's been a few deals that I really wish I could have done where they just passed me by. Whereas if someone like yourself, David, where you've done business with them already, heck, you have a better chance than me, frankly, of getting in. And by the way, just for the record, I do not have a financial interest in your firm. We're just friends. So as long as everybody's clear on that.
Yep.
So I think we've got a couple minutes left. Okay. And what I'd like to do is just give you an opportunity to perhaps add anything to that you would like to say to the audience, anything that you would like to close with.
Sure. I think what's really important is this, and whether it's UCS advisors, another investor relations advisory company, whoever is running that company or even their employees, ask them if they've actually been involved in the cannabis sector themselves.
Yeah.
Ask them if they've ever opened up a business, because there's a lot of stuff that you got to read in between the lines. And it's interesting because you can read a pro forma, you can read a balance sheet, but how much electricity is this grow facility gonna use? What are the electricity? What's the power usage loss for that state? You know, is a license transferable if the company wants to try to get acquired? There's so many little facets that are just not put on paper. So we really pride ourselves with opening up several cannabis companies. We've been on the ground floor. We know what it takes. We've dealt with the states. We've dealt with the federal government on certain regulations as well too, to go back and forth and talk about them. And that's really important, no matter who you use. And also, I encourage everyone, talk to your financial advisor, your financial planner. If they're telling you not to do anything in cannabis, you need to question them why. Because that's like them telling you, don't invest anything with the internet when the internet came out. And if we look at the numbers statistically, and as a medical guy, let's look at this purely objectively and not subjectively. And I'm going to dumb down the numbers. The only industry for the last 15 years in a row to increase its overall revenue on an average of 125% per year for the last 15 years in a row is cannabis. It's not real estate. It's not technology. It's not gold. It's not silver. It's been cannabis. So if you're not looking at this sector to invest and to do a little bit, you are truly missing out on this opportunity. And if you're someone who's scared, you don't really want to jump into the water completely, you need some guidance, you can reach out to an investor relations advisor, and they can help you with that. And they can help you make that decision. If you're going to maybe invest 150, 200 grand to a private deal, you might want to spend maybe $300 or $400 with a cannabis investor relations advisor that can go through the deal and tell you the pros and cons that can benefit you. Because at the end of the day, and people have seen me speak before, as a medical professional, it's about empowering people with information and knowledge. And part of our job here at UCS Advisors and every investor relations advisory company's job is to empower you, the investor, with information and knowledge. Ron and Brad, I think we're just about done with my time. John, thank you so much for hosting today. I really do appreciate it. And once again, everyone, good luck that's presenting today to the investor judges. And thank you so much for your time.
Well said. Thank you, Dr. Dave. I mean, that was really good. And I hope there's people out there that can appreciate the opportunity that he's presenting. All right, let's move on. Our fourth speaker is Mr. David Trailer, Senior Managing Director. His topic, getting out of the weeds, leveraging star power, media assets, and strategic partnerships in cannabis. Mr. David Trailer is a Senior Managing Director at Gold Eagle Partners, a firm he founded in 2012 to advise life sciences companies. He soon took an interest in the then emerging cannabis sector and started advising cannabis companies in 2013. In 2014, he joined Surna Inc., OPC (SRNA) is the symbol, as Chief Business Officer. After a year at Surna, Mr. Trailer refounded Golden Eagle Partner to provide his knowledge to companies across the cannabis sector. Before Golden Eagle Partners, Mr. Trailer served at leading investment banking firms, including Pacific Growth Equities, Wireless and Company, and Headwaters MB. During his banking tenures, he has advised private and public biotechnology and medical device companies helping to structure transactions, including IPOs, that's initial public offerings, public offerings, private offerings, mergers, acquisitions totaling over 500 million in value. And before investment banking, Mr. Traylor spent 15 years in senior operational roles for biotechnology companies, including research and development, business development, manufacturing, and program management. And by the way, here's my favorite part of his resume. In 1988, Mr. Traylor was one of the 5 Colorado players selected to play for the Denver Rifles in the American Lacrosse League, ALL, the first U.S. professional lacrosse league. Sorry, forgive me, Professional Field Lacrosse League. I played lacrosse in high school, and it was a lot of fun. I give you credit for that. Mr. Traylor parlays his athletic background and knowledge in cannabis to assist Athletes for Care, a not-for-profit created by athletes to address healthcare issues. They do good work. You should Google them. David received a BA degree from the University of Colorado, Boulder in biochemistry, a BA degree in molecular, cellular, and developmental biology, and an MBA from the Leeds School of Business at the University of Colorado, Boulder. He is also the listed inventor of free issued US patents, and now that's impressive. Mr. Traylor is a registered representative and has passed the FINRA Series 7, 63, and 66 examinations. And Mr. Traylor is registered in the following states: California, Colorado, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Massachusetts, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, Oregon, Puerto Rico, Texas, and Washington. If I've missed anything or misstated anything, David, please correct it. And Mr. David Taylor, please take it away.
Hey, thank you, John. Really appreciate it. And actually, I think you just pretty much did the whole comment on everything. So we can just open it up for questions, John. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. If you have anything you want to say, just go ahead.
Thank you for the kind introduction, John. Thanks, Brad, for organizing this. Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here with all these other panelists, esteemed panelists, and certainly thanks everybody for listening in. Really, I was talking to Brad. One of the topic that Brad had put out is talking about cannabis and registered FINRA broker dealers, and I thought that would probably be a topic that wouldn't be so interesting. But I think a couple topics maybe I'd like to do is some of the things we've learned, but starting off with maybe the evolution of what we've seen in finance in cannabis, and maybe also thanks, John, for kind of setting the table on that, but adding a little more detail or color to some of that background, because it has been, frankly speaking, I think most people that are in the cannabis industry, like Dr. David, nice job, Dr. David, is finding out how people actually originally got into the industry and go from there. But I would like to take it way back, kind of, I think, in the beginning, and to what John had just indicated. Frankly, I think everybody on this listening in would say it's better to be lucky than good. And so, frankly, looking back on my career, I got pretty lucky with a lot of things, and certainly one of them was getting into cannabis when we did. So again, I'm Senior Managing Director, Golden Eagle Partners. We're an investment banking firm. We're the first investment banking firm to get into the industry in the US. I'm not so sure that's true for Canada, just because the FINRA requirements scared a number of people away. But before I got registered, as John had indicated, I did some work in leading biotech companies. And so I started off in some companies in Boulder. One thing too, I worked for 15 years for companies based in Boulder, Silicon Valley, and also Berlin, Germany. So there's an international component that I'd like to get to too, because we're based here in Denver, Colorado, but we do international work in the cannabis industry, and we have been doing international work for almost 5 years. But one of the things that was interesting, looking back at my career, is the first 4 years was spent doing recombinant protein production and process development, as John indicated. And luckily, through some of that work, I was awarded inventorship on 2 U.S. patents. And one thing that we learned during that, and also subsequently at a company called Affymetrix, which was a leading genomics company in the mid-1995, 97, mid-90s, learned that biological supply chains are inherently unstable. And by that, I mean, for example, we would be scaling up from 500 liter to 1,000 liters. And all of a sudden we'd have this protein impurity come out of nowhere, and we'd have to find a way to get rid of it. And so as a result of that, when I got into cannabis, I thought it was very interesting, because you'd end up having a lot of these operators, whether they're LPs in Canada or MSOs in the US, going from 40,000 square feet of grow to 400,000 in one jump. And we understood right away that that was a disaster waiting to happen. And frankly, I think you've seen that writ pretty large with a lot of these MSOs in the US going for land grabs and grabbing a lot of cultivation operations. And everybody was thinking that growing weed's easy. And as everybody knows, the end of that story has been told, that growing weed's not easy, and scaling that rapidly is a disaster waiting to happen. You don't see Roche, Genentech, et cetera, do that. But so got into biotech. So that was a really interesting part too, because the one thing, a lesson that we've learned too, and this is kind of the topic of my discussion, is kind of lessons learned in cannabis over the last 7 or so years in finance. And one of them too is the fact that it's a very tough thing to be doing finance and doing cannabis at the same time, right? And that's one thing that Dr. Dave was talking about. He's right, it ain't right, because one thing that has been tough is the cannabis industry, even in spite of the growth that he referenced, it's been an undercapitalized industry, right? And part of that reason has been a number of things. But for example, when I was at Cerna, as John mentioned, I was chief business officer from 2014 to 2015. And that was really one of the first waves. I joined Cerna late in 2014. They went public in March of 2014. They were one of the first companies to be public, along with TerraTech. I think TerraTech was right in front of us. But it was interesting because when I was there, we had a hard time raising $3.5 million for Cerna, being a public company. And now you see, obviously, some of the companies Curaleaf raising 300 million these days. So at that early stage, it was really not easy. But also the thing that was interesting about it is that if you're in a cannabis company and if you're an OTC company, it was kind of a perfect storm, frankly. And we were a lightning rod for crap, to put it bluntly. Because OTC companies, a lot of people think that people working at OTC aren't smart. And a lot of people on this call will understand and appreciate the fact that a lot of people think if you work in cannabis, you're not that smart. And so we had numerous times where people would approach us. And so that's the other lesson learned that we've learned in cannabis, is you have to be very careful with people say that they have money, because if they do, most likely at the time, it's not real money, or they're going to move the goalposts on you, et cetera, right? So, but a corollary to that, being at Cerna, I think, as some of you guys may remember too, in March 2016, Mass Roots, another problem with the finance and the cannabis side is that, for example, NASDAQ is still a problem here in the US. As many know, Kronos is listed, the Canadian LP, on the NASDAQ, because they're not nationally illegal here, they're in Canada, right? But as many of you may remember, Mass Roots, which is a social media company, wasn't even plant touching, tried to list on the NASDAQ in, I think it was May 2016. They were denied by NASDAQ. So, this kind of gets to the fact that a lot of people say, oh, well, cannabis is just like any other industry. And it's not. And especially if you want to talk, for example, whether we're talking marijuana or hemp, it's not the same because, for example, here in Colorado, as many of you may have seen years ago, and it's still somewhat the case, is in a normal industry, if you have a surplus of some kind of product you make, you can certainly just ship it across the state line and sell it somewhere else. Well, here in Colorado, it's really interesting because you'd see a whipsaw in a lot of different, see a whipsaw in the prices of marijuana here in Colorado, just because you'd see like online outdoor grow operations come online and then flood the market. And so that was still somewhat the case of seeing some really interesting supply and demand economics you don't see very often. And then, for example, with hemp, that's not the same either. So as many of you know, the Farm Bill passed in 2018, December 2018, to legalize hemp, right? And I guess it made it nationally legal, but it turns out one of our clients, Panacea Life Sciences, was based here, and many of you may remember this story. Just a month later, in January 2019, Panacea had ordered a load of hemp from Kentucky, and they're having it shipped to Colorado to process. And it turns out the guys driving the truck unfortunately ran a stoplight. Cops pulled him over in Oklahoma and thought that was the biggest drug bust they'd ever seen, right? And they were even talking about throwing the drivers in jail for quite a while, right? Well, it turns out that that company didn't see that weed for over a year. For like 15 months did they get that. And I think that's an interesting lesson too for people. Fast forward to now, that people are talking about the SAFE Act, making everything copacetic and descheduling or rescheduling marijuana down to a Schedule 3 or what have you. We firmly believe that even if that happens, they're going to screw it up, right? So take, for example, the 2018 Farm Bill. Even though they supposedly made hemp nationally legal, there's still people in Oklahoma, there's still people in other parts of the US that are not ascribing to that or didn't get the memo, frankly, right? And so then let's add that to marijuana, or if people want to call it cannabis. With a biological background, I look at cannabis as a genus. And so I consider both marijuana and hemp to be underneath cannabis. But that being said, if you look at the cannabis industry, it's interesting because it spans more governmental agencies than probably any other product or sector out there, right? You've got the IRS, you've got the FDA, the DEA, the Treasury, Fed, you name it, right? With all the money and et cetera, the USDA, right? If you're talking hemp. So if they're going to pass some laws, our expectation is they're going to screw it up, right? So even if they do roll back things, we're taking the 2018 Farm Bill as an example of the fact that it's not going to be black and white when things do roll back, and whether that's going to be this year, next year, what have you. For example, we were in a board meeting this week, and one of our clients was stating that their strategy this year was to go public, assuming that the government and the politicians got on the right board and approved that. And essentially, I piped up and essentially said, in any industry, whether it's cannabis or not, I don't think anybody would want to essentially define a strategy dependent on what they believe politicians are going to do. So that's a really interesting point that we wanted to bring up. But as far as the finance, and Brad has wanted me to talk, some of this is that it's been an interesting evolution over time. A couple more things I wanted to say, and I have about, 7 more minutes, is certainly the financial evolution is continuing to happen. Grassroots still can't list on the NASDAQ or anything. We're seeing more interest, especially internationally. We're seeing more interest in the marijuana sector due to the fact that they see things kind of thawing. They do see a light at the end of the tunnel. So the finance is changing. We were in Dubai in March 2018, ahead of the curve to reach out to, some Saudis and Emiratis about what they might be interested in medical. One person said, well, if I could do it without Sharia law, I'd put half of my portfolio into the sector. And a much older person said, you know, medical cannabis, I don't care if it's medical marijuana, is definitely just a bridge too far. But what we found too is we reach out globally, as I mentioned, to investors. And it's interesting too, because one of the points I want to make on the finance side is that we reached out to a group out of Kazakhstan about 3 years ago. And they essentially said, there's no way in hell's or God's green earth that we're gonna invest in that sector. And sure enough, we call them 6-9 months later, and they've made 3 investments. So that's one of the other lessons learned in the cannabis sector over time, that we've realized that we need to have a CRM. Being investment bankers, the industry, as I mentioned, is undercapitalized. So we're always on the lookout for really good capital from around the world. And we found, being in cannabis, just because somebody says one thing one day doesn't mean you shouldn't talk to them about 6 months down the road and get a completely different answer, right? So that's happened numerous times. One other couple of points that I thought that would be interesting to make. So one of the things I don't think John mentioned is to get the Panacea transaction done in December 2019. It was a $24 million tranche deal. And then actually just a year and a half before that, we helped PharmaCann, which was the Illinois MSO, raise $30 million before MedMen tried to buy them out. So we've been part of some of the biggest private placements in the industry, both marijuana and hemp. So we do both. We do plant touching, not plant touching. But we, after that transaction with Panacea, we were lucky enough to go and sponsor both events in Davos during the World Economic Forum in January 2020, right before the pandemic. And so, and one of our we got in front of a number of people, and the whole idea from my talk was to come up with a few ideas that we thought that we've learned in the US that might be applicable to, other countries as they're coming online. And a couple of things I thought were pertinent is, one is that we've seen very little first mover advantage in the industry. And for example, Cerna, for those of you in the industry at the time, Cerna was the top company, or certainly one of the top companies in the industry. When we'd have a big event, and this is when you'd have the MJ Biz Las Vegas event at the Rio, or you'd have the big NCIA event July of that year in Denver. Cerna always had, or usually had, the biggest booth on the floor. Well, Cerna's really nowhere to be found. They're still a public company. They still exist, but they're not where they were positioned in the industry. Dixie Elixir, as many of you know, they were a top company back in 2015, 2016. They're certainly not in the position on the pedestal they used to be. And then let's bring up MedMen, right? Just about 3-4 years ago, MedMen was one of the king leaders in the industry. And again, we had a conversation with somebody today, and it sounds like pretty much a lot of the assets MedMen is selling off because they've kind of frankly run that company into the ground. So that's I think an interesting lesson. Another one that we thought is applicable, and I think it's become true, is the fact that if you look at most of the geographies, and that's how we state it because we work internationally, but most of what we've seen, the state's rollouts, or the rollout of a geography, a new country or new state, is never as fast, or rarely is as fast as people think it's going to be. For example, for us, our perspective, Colorado and rec, Nevada rec, Michigan, Oklahoma, those are good examples of pretty quick rollouts. But let's take Florida, let's take Massachusetts. Frankly, the California rollout was a shit show. And then you look at Portugal, Germany, UK, right? Spain. I mean, really, I don't think any of those countries had a rollout as quickly as they expected. And certainly Mexico is going to be coming around the corner. It'll be interesting to see. And I'm not saying it doesn't ever happen, but that's another point that we wanted to apply across. And I think that's putting this all in a nutshell. I just have a couple minutes left, and maybe leave it to John for a few questions. But that's what's really been exciting for us, is having a background in biotech. Biotech's becoming a bigger part of this industry all the time. And now, as John mentioned, I've been a part of Athletes for Care for quite a while. If you don't know the group, you should, because it's a very great group, very solid. And if you've ever met a pro athlete, most of them are top-notch people. And I'm now chairman of the Scientific Advisory Council. So I'm putting together scientists from Uruguay, Spain, US, Israel, leading scientists from around the world, whether it's the endocannabinoid system or cannabis or even plant biology. There's a person we know that did some really interesting work using the Los Alamos supercomputers on cannabinoid molecules. So that's one last thing I wanted to end on. And John, if there's any questions, comments, I'd love to take them. Thank you.
Wow, lots of questions. And unfortunately, I have to wrap it up in the next minute or so. I just wanted to say that was an excellent walkthrough of the industry. And I find it ironic that if you're an American company, you have to list in Canada and then relist in the United States if you want to go anywhere. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, it's just absurd. And
that ain't right.
No, it definitely ain't right. And more importantly, I'm just imagining what it's going to be like when it's legal at the federal level, and finally everybody, all the mutual funds, all the pension funds, will not be precluded by the corporate governance from investing. And what that's going to mean. I mean, imagine Caliper sits down and says, "We'll put 0.74% of our assets into the cannabis sector." You're talking billions. So fantastic. If anyone wants to get a hold of you, they obviously know how to reach you. And if not, you could post your contact information in the chat. And I just want to thank you for a most fascinating and highly informative presentation, Mr. David Trailer. Thank you again.
Thanks, John.
Okay? Most welcome.
Thanks, everybody, for listening.
And now we're going to be moving on for our final speaker session today. And I would like to introduce Jeff and Cindy Ullman, co-founders of Good For. That's Good For, trademarked, one word. Their topic, how death almost killed one of us, yet we created a health, wealth, and entrepreneurs love story that's good for anybody in pain from anything. And I'm actually taking a very different approach here. I find that Jeff and Cindy to be very interesting and rather unique with skills and talents, which is just frankly not easily captured by their extremely impressive resumes. I mean, there's no question, for example, that they're both marketing whizzes, and I learn every time when I have a chat with Jeff. So I'm going to summarize by saying they really are out of the box thinkers. So instead of reading off their biographies, I will ask them to lead off by explaining why they are here and what do they offer. And I will yield the floor to Jeff or Cindy Ullman, but I understand that Cindy Ullman will be going first. So Cindy Ullman, please take it away.
Thank you. I'm so thankful for John's support and for all of you who are interested in what's good for you. And we truly have a love story because as long as I've known Jeff, we've worked together as a team, which is unusual for a husband and wife, I believe, to actually stay married, happily married and successful.
It's been almost 3 decades. We hope that doubles. So this is an unusual type of presentation because we're revealing both the outward side of our life through business and marketing, and some of the thinking, the internal non-shared with the public thinking and strategy and tactics, as well as our personal and highly emotional lives. But we're from California, and it's not so much the show business, but it's the business of show, eye candy, where you live, how many nannies you have, how many cars, etc. But we both grew up in Los Angeles. And in my case, I led a very Forrest Gump type of life with celebrities and politicians and major events. Not that I caused any of that, but it was around it. I am a successful 4-time entrepreneur, but I'm also, and I put the word successful in quotes, 2-time entrepreneur, making a shitty mess of some things despite my best efforts. It's about timing in the world. But all successes and failures in breakthrough services, such as what Cindy and I have done together, including now, have always been directed towards helping people, and in fact, enhancing millions of lives around the world, first starting in the United States, of course. Now, I've had a number of failures in a way, or at least admitting it, which is not very LA friendly or PC. But I've learned from my failures, and I know what I need help from, particularly from product entrepreneurs and operators, because I come from the service industry. Now, it was Cindy's imminent prognosis of what I call her death due date that really birthed Good For, because in March 2016, she was diagnosed with metastatic stage 4 breast cancer. 5 tumors had formed in her liver. 2 of them were about 75% of the length or width, if you will, of her liver. And she was given about 6 months to live between Halloween and Thanksgiving of 2016. So it was scary either way. And it was ironically not thankful for Thanksgiving. And so I asked Cindy, well, what do you want me to do? I asked her in front of the oncologist.
So let me interrupt.
Oh, please.
Jeffrey loves to help people. He loves to matchmake people. As you know, he was matchmaker and a couples keeper, meaning we help more couples stay together than anyone else. And he really loves to match people together and help people. And what greater gift to me as his most beloved person is to put me in touch with what would be good for me and make me live a better life under the circumstances of a death toll. Like, come on.
Yes. Well, I said, Cindy, what do you want to do, in front of the 2 oncologists? And she said, fuck cancer. And I said, yes, ma'am. Now, what we created in 6 days, and no, we didn't rest on the 7th, was a genetically personalized, what's called pharmacogenetic formula of cannabis. Now, that's not what we're ever selling, because the FDA would close us down. So people can contact us and we'll send them information, but we sell nothing. There's not a dime that goes between us. But she was taking also her chemo drug. And we all know that chemotherapeutic drugs kill. They kill bad cells, they kill good cells. And part of the power of chemotherapy, as well as many, many, many pharmaceutical drugs of all kinds, have side effects, adverse effects. And hers was neuropathy, extensive, massive, immediate neuropathy.
And hair loss.
Yeah, well, she's got quite a head of lioness of hair. So we created, my son Elijah and I created a topical, because we'd been home growing legally for many years, not commercially. So we created, but it was a high THC salve. It worked great. Friends knew about it. We gave it away, but then so many friends and family wanted it, we charged them. And I hated that.
And it really snowballed. It was a grassroots effect. I mean, call it guerrilla marketing, but we weren't trying to market it. It was truly grassroots with so many thriver stories, people who thrive. And we were thinking to ourselves, wow, we did a YPO seminar on thrivers not that long ago.
Young Presidents Organization.
Yes. And so we thought, well, I want to be a thriver too. And we got to figure out this and help more people thrive.
That's right. So it was in 2018, I decided we just can't keep growing for all the other people. I mean, we're charitable and all. So let's create a company. So I had a few, as a serial entrepreneur, if you will, not quite so serial, as I knew that my focus had to be ensured by creating a brand name that was scalable across the globe, and also to create a product formulation strategy that could not be equaled easily. And so I chose the name Good For, but I also want to say that when business people vet their vendors, like in attorneys, like I did and like I'm going to tell you, how do you choose the right person? So I said to 3 different intellectual property firms, all at different times, all on the phone, could I get the name good for? May said, no, you can't, because good and for are too common in the English language. So I said, okay, I'm going to spell three words for you, and I want you to pronounce them. So here we go, and think of it yourself. MacDonald. MacDonald. McDonald. How about this? MCHENRY. Again, MCHENRY. McHenry. And the third one is MACHINE. What is it? If you said McKine, no, it's machine. So I want to know how vendors can keep me away, can give us quality, not just attorneys, but think outside of parallelograms, outside of globes, think differently, because that's the only way one can innovate and succeed in our international flat world. And we had to deliberately distinguish good for from our competitive clutter. And we're succeeding in meeting our mission goals. And what fails or what plagues most startup, I'll share with you in a little bit. So good for has been proving most enduring, and it's probably the most enduring and lucrative health and wealth enterprise, because we prove three things. Pain is evergreen, everywhere, and ever eluded by everyone, and nothing really works, whether it's a CBD topical really, or a non-CBD, nothing works. That's why CBD pain topicals have such a bad rap. When you just have any kind of CBD and as the primary ingredient, not the active ingredient, it just doesn't work, and it turns off people.
And as I got more involved with meeting more people who are suffering from pain due to their cancer-related treatments, we realized that's when we actually realized that we didn't have enough supply home growing it, that we needed to go into production, and we needed to do it
John, I believe they froze and dropped.
Yeah, that's the conclusion that I've also come up to as well. And I was just finding it was really interesting. I was just testing to see if my end, if there was any problems. But what we can do is we can wait for them to come back, and hopefully they can log on, because the story really is interesting. But in the interim, right, one of the things I would like to say is that we have a very engaged audience. We have a number of questions. I'll do my best if I can to answer some of those questions, but again, it's just the flow of conversation, and especially, with Jeff and Cindy. I mean, their story really is quite remarkable, and I didn't want to sort of hamper them by just asking, going through a Q&A. So I'm thinking that what we could do right now, while we're waiting for them to log on, is there anybody in the panel right now who has any comments that they would care to offer about what they've heard so far from Jeff and Cindy? Okay.
You just ask them to raise their virtual hand, and we'll unmute them.
Okay. Wait. Please raise your virtual hand. I'm actually looking for it, Ron. Where is it?
Caesar's waving his hand. Your virtual hand
is okay,
at the bottom of your
Cesar,
screen.
Go ahead, please, Cesar. Go ahead. Ask to unmute.
Unmute. Okay. As I'm here for Respect Your Universe, but as a serial investor and entrepreneur in cannabis, and hearing about that you can't open up a company in the States, you have to go through Canada first. It's because of the government and regulations are more favorable. What is being done to lobby for better American government regulations?
Well, to be frank, Cesar, I don't believe I'm really qualified to answer that.
Well, on the panel.
Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough. But I can tell you very quickly about Canada. It's just, frankly, it's a lot more favorable because in Canada, bottom line, it's legal at the federal and provincial level. So that precludes a lot of problems. I'm sure someone else, please pick it up from there. Wave a hand. Okay. Looking for those virtual hands.
Everybody, the raise hand function is at the bottom of your screen, or you can wave at the camera and I'll unmute.
Yeah, wave at the camera probably might be easier for now because I'm looking for that wave function. I mean, I'm just going to preface my remarks by saying, actually, is there somebody here that wants to comment? Cesar, okay, let's go back to you, Cesar, all right? Let's go back to you.
I think that was really more a question for David, and I just looked and he's probably stepped away. But as I think regulation opens in the United States, and especially with the federal government, then it'll be a lot easier. And in the meantime, I'm happy that Canada is the route back in.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had a friend that one time. He was from Canada, was in the States. He lived in Dallas, started a whole business, came to Canada to go to his mother's funeral. He couldn't get back in, so he went to Mexico and actually did what a lot of people are doing right now and came back into the States.
Okay,
has returned, John.
This is now, that's the cannabis route, Canada. Let's keep it that way.
Okay, and let's go back to Jeff, and let's ask to unmute Jeff. Jeff, ask to unmute.
Not a fluffer, but thank you for filling in. You can hear us, right? They're putting in, Verizon is putting in a new tower across the street. And boom.
Boom.
Thank you, Verizon.
Thank you for being patient with us.
Yes. So there's a lot we can share with you, and I don't know how many minutes we have, but we'll concentrate it. We believe very essentially that for a company to succeed in today's highly competitive, cluttered world, one must distinguish oneself with a name that's came out of our own fight, a scare of Cindy's impending and painful death, that we had to be memorable. And good for is part of everyday language, and it's expandable. The three least important words or letters for us are CBD. The reason being is we want to go to CPG, global. Consumer products of all kinds, and you can put good for in front of just about anything, and it makes sense. We also have to respect our team members and give them, because they're the heroes in so many ways. I mean, everything doesn't come from us. And we also ask people, even what is it that I'm not aware of? And that's helped us in so many ways. We've also want to make a situation so that we can really exit from this business with no worries, that there's no skeletons in the closet. Legally, as Cindy said before, everything is done the right way, which is unfortunate because it's very expensive to do things the
And
right
it's
way.
doing good for the world. We really believe in helping others, considering how much it's helped everyone that we've come across that like what's good for them.
That's right. So I want to talk about some notable moments. The first notable moment that I remember is our stuff works. It really, really, really works. I think it was Sally Fields who said something like that, getting an Oscar.
Really, really love you.
And then the other thing is it's fun to create, but it's hard to evaluate. And it's required to celebrate successes and even little ones and demonstrate that metrics matter. Another notable moment was our first sale. Another one was when my brother complimented me. He told me that moment was not a discount. His wife bought our product. For time to, I say, crashing into rocks. She and family mountain bikes. For their money, what's called
Jeff.
Guarantee.
Jeff, you're breaking up quite a bit. You might want to try to turn off your video and see if you can finish up the chat. It's pulling a lot right now and everything's frozen. Or they got booted again. Okay, John, we're gonna move on.
Yeah, you know, I really wanted to hear their story, and I know that Brad is very good about these things, and we'll get another opportunity, I'm sure, in the near future. It's really a good story to hear. It's very touching. So, anyways, all right, everyone, that wraps up our speaker portion of the show today. I hope you enjoyed all these incredible speakers as much as I did. We're now going to switch over to the investor pitch competition. And I would now like to introduce the fabulous Carol Ortega Algara, who will be your pitch moderator. I will return after the pitch winners are announced to discuss briefly upcoming events and lead you into the networking portion of the day. So we are now going to start the investor pitch competition, and I want to introduce the moderator, Ms. Carol Ortega Algara. Originally from Bogota, Colombia, which by the way is one of my favorite cities to have fun, Ms. Carol Ortega is the managing director and founder of Muisca Capital Group. For over 20 years, Carol has successfully guided large teams and achieved strategic goals for a diverse group of organizations. In Colombia, as a professor for Xaverian University, Carol led various research and consultancy projects within the financial industry, taught classes, and was the director of postgraduate programs in accounting. Within the governmental sector at the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Tourism of Colombia, a very powerful department, Carol was the technical lead for harmonizing Colombian accounting standards with international standards. Carol co-wrote the Standards of Accounting and Financial Information currently applicable in Colombia. Carol has also co-authored numerous accounting and business-related academic publications worldwide. In the US, as Director of Finance and Operations for Adelante Mujeres, Ms. Ortega led the development of the largest incubator, accelerator, and microfinance program in Oregon that serves the Latino community. Further, as the Deputy Executive Director for InStove, he established their organization strategy, resulting in winning first place at the Portland Social Venture Society's Fast Pitch competition. Ms. Ortega has provided business and financial consultancy services to legal cannabis startups in the US since 2014 and in Colombia since December 2015. Carol is the founder and chair of the Colombian Cannabis Entrepreneurs Network, RECC, mentoring and assisting cannabis ventures in Colombia. She founded the first cannabis science forum in South America, Cannaciencia, a state-of-the-art event that promotes science, research, investment, and good practices for medical cannabis in America. And I'm proud to say, by the way, I attended that event and her second event, and they were first class. Carol holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Accounting and Finance and a Master's degree in Management Accounting from Xaverian University in Bogota, and a Master's in Business Administration from Canisius College, Buffalo, New York. Currently, Ms. Carol Ortega leads the Huisca Capital Group, the first Latin American cannabis-focused investment firm strategically targeting the legal industry of medical cannabis in South America. And I have to say, she has an absolutely amazing resume, and she's really accomplished a good deal. Yet, with her leadership of Huisca Capital Group, I really believe that the best is yet to come. So, Ms. Carol Ortega, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, John, for your kind introduction. And thank you, Brad, for putting this amazing webinar together. As John said, my name is Carol Ortega. Nice to meet you all. I'm the Managing Director of Huisca Capital Group. We represent Latin American accredited investors, both institutions and individuals interested in capitalize the cannabis boom that we are facing today. Today, I have the honor to be the moderator for the investor pitch competition. I would like to welcome everyone that has joined us today. I'm very excited to be here on this webinar where we have 8 investor judges and are joined by additional accredited investors and sources of capital watching from around the world. We have 8 companies that will present today to the judges, and they were selected from over 40 companies that applied. We have assembled a great cross-section of companies that will be presenting today that include both private publicly traded companies. Let us start by going over today's schedules and the format of the investor pitch competition. The investor pitch competition will be approximately 2 hours long, and our goals are to educate investors about the investment opportunities and connect companies from different industry sectors who are seeking additional growth capital and in the hunt for new investors and sources of capital. Today, we will watch 8 leading innovative companies present their investment opportunities to a panel of experienced investor judges that are seeking investment opportunities and high ROI opportunities as well. At the end of the 8 presentations, we will learn which companies the investor judges like and if they are motivated to invest. The schedule for today's webinar is as follows. Until 1:20, we will be introducing our investor judges. From 1:20 to 3 p.m., we will have company presentations and Q&A from our investor judges. From 3 to 3:20, we will have voting by the investor judges, and you, the audience, will have the opportunity to vote for the company that gave the best pitch, the best presentation. The judges will each vote for one company and tell us why is their choice. We will add up the judges' votes to come up with a total, and the company that has the most individual judges' votes will be the overall winner of the investor pitch competition of today. We will announce the investor judge and audience winner. From 3:15, let's say, to 3:20, we will have closing announcements for our Masters of Ceremony, John. And from 3:20 p.m. until 4:30, we will be hosting a Zoom room networking where you can meet the presenting companies, investors, judges, and meet the webinar audience. We hope to see you there. This is a great moment to connect and to take advantage of the networking today. We have a few webinar items to cover. First, if you want to submit any questions, just use the chat button at the bottom of your screen. Please make sure you are sharing with all panelists and attendees. After the final presentation, the webinar audience will be presented by a pop-up window on your computer where you will be able to vote for your number one company pitch or number one company presentation. To the presenting companies and speakers, I will work to bring your questions, questions from the audience. We also recommend that you monitor the chat to answer questions directed to you. Also make sure that you put your contact information, and your website and other information that you want to share with the audience today and speakers. As a reminder, we have access to the presenting companies and investor judges information at Cannabis Investing Forum website and also investorhotseat.com. Let's also remember that each company will have 12 minutes to present and answer questions made by the judges. I will introduce each presenting company. It has recommended that companies use 6 minutes for their pitch or their presentation and allow about another 6 minutes for the judges to ask some questions. And that way, all the audience, all the accredited investors that are joining us today will have a clear understanding of the deal. Judges will raise their hands or can indicate that they want to ask a question, and I will allow them to ask the question to the presenting company. Judges are requested to have one question for each presentation and keep answers please at let's say 90 seconds or less, so we can have about 3 or 4 investors judges asking questions for each presentation. So let's start presenting our great set of investors judges, incredible personalities and professionals that have been working on the industry. Let's start with Claudia Mora, Managing Director and co-founder of Black Legend Capital. Please make sure, Claudia, that you take less than a minute to present yourself. Are you here?
Yes, hi, hello, Caro. It's always a pleasure seeing you, working with you. This is not the first time, and I know a few people here as well. Thank you, Brad, as well. So my name is Claudia Lamora. I'm Managing Director of Black Legend Capital, which is an advisory group, the boutique advisory group based in Los Angeles. We also have offices in Europe and in Asia. My entire background has been in M&A. I'm Italian originally, that's where the accent comes from, but I've been in America all my life. So I was at Merrill Lynch, Bank of America Securities, and then always in M&A, and finally created and started Black Legend Capital 10 years ago, mostly for oil and gas transactions. That's the name. But then we moved slowly but surely from that to cannabis, so from oil to cannabis, from black to green. Currently, in the past 5-6 years, we've covered almost every vertical of the cannabis industry in terms of advisory, capital structures, fundraising, and also M&A. We're in the middle of several M&As right now, opportunities. As you know, the industry is consolidating. We represent companies that are both private and public as well. And on top of capital raises, we also provide business development. Thanks to our international network, we've helped companies distribute or JV with other companies in other continents like Australia or Europe. At the moment, Black Legend Capital is becoming pretty, knowledgeable on the international legalization market. So we've been advising companies also for that, how to expand into other countries as well.
Thank you, Claudia, and welcome. Our next investor judge is Clifford Perry, CEO and consultant at Concepts Consulting 2020. Welcome, Clifford. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Hi, thank you very, very much, Carol. It's so wonderful to meet you and everyone else on this panel. Some of you I'm very familiar with by name. Some of you I am very familiar with in person as well. I've been a professional global business consultant for over 45 years, been involved in just about every industry on this planet, although that's at the expense of sounding pompous, which I'm not. That's some pretty big shoes to fill. Started raising money for the restaurant and movie industry, and has been told by just about everyone in the world, if you can raise money for restaurants and movies, you can raise money for everything. So that's basically how I cut my teeth on capital formation. About 13 years ago, I got involved with the first public company to be on the OTC markets. I try not to say anything derogatory, but as we all know, in the early stages of this sector emerging, there were some very unscrupulous operations that went after public vehicles. And I even though I had been CEO of many, many private companies, I really got an education when I got involved in the public markets. About 5 years, I only lasted with that company 8 months before I was fired because I told them that they were going to wind up back in jail for committing securities violations. They didn't like to hear that, but that did help my reputation, and I went on to open up Cannabis Business University. I've worked very closely with Dr. David before. We have a long-standing relationship and friendship. My co-founder was an advocate for now about 65 years. He was one of the original founders of NORML, National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. His name is Richard Cowan, and Richard was CFO of the second public company, and that's how we met. I reached out to him and we became very, very friendly. Richard had a liquidity event when he retired from cannabis science, and we got together in 2014 and said, you know what, let's do it right. Let's do a real public company with real investors and real companies and mergers and acquisitions. And we started out with a little advocacy magazine called Freedom Leaf Magazine. A lot of people told us we were out of our mind, but we were actually using that voice of advocacy to bring people together. Unfortunately,
thank you, Clifford. Let's remember to keep our presentations up to 90 seconds. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I need to keep the time on schedule. We welcome Daniel Barham, Senior Advisor from GB Capital. Is Daniel here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome, Daniel.
Thank you, Kaya. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm here to add value. I'm a senior advisor to a private debt company in Bellevue, Washington, JB Capital. I am sourcing deals for the company. We have an interest in the space, and I'm here to meet a lot of great people, not only in the cannabis industry, but other sectors as are represented here. And I'll be in Vegas later on tonight, and hopefully be able to dine with you and get to know you all better in person.
Thank you, Daniel, and welcome. We welcome David Taylor, Senior Managing Director. David, welcome.
Thank you, Carol. Yeah, I think people just heard my talk. We're an investment banking group. Been in Canada for 7+ years doing international work, M&A, and financing. And so, yes, I'll leave it to somebody else to take some more time. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and welcome. Dr. John Thompson, founder and CEO of Extra Lab. Welcome.
Thank you very much. We've put hundreds of people into the business of cannabis production and extraction all around the world, Canada, US, Central and South America, and Europe and Africa. Any questions along those lines? I'm interested to hear some of these presentations and add value. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, John, and welcome. We welcome Josh Kincaid from C3 Fund. Welcome, Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, with C3 Fund, I'm an equity portfolio analyst. Just presented earlier. Spare time, I have a podcast called The Talking Hedge. I also work with Seeking Alpha to do another podcast with them. And then also have the Super Chronics, which is an advisory firm in the cannabis space. We focus on cannabis finance and data analytics, risk management, and then focus more on strategic partnerships, mergers and acquisitions, and international expansion with strategic partnerships there as well.
Thank you, Josh, and welcome. We welcome Princess, Managing Director from Boosted Securities. Thank you for being here.
Yes, hi there. Thank you so much. And this has been such a great event thus far to learn a lot about what's happening right now in the market. And like I was introduced by Carol, I'm with Sutter Securities Group. We just opened up our offices in Las Vegas to really have a presence in terms of helping folks in this industry. And today we have a very exciting day, an announcement that Flora Growth just did their big bell ceremony ringing over at the NASDAQ. So these are the types of companies that we like to support, as well as we have our own private wealth management connections as well for our customers. So thank you so much for having me, and I'm looking forward to hearing more this afternoon.
Welcome, Princess. Thank you to all our investor judges. We are going to start with our first presenting company. We welcome Peter Kaspar, CEO and founder of Terply. Welcome, Peter. Peter needs to unmute. He is
perfect. Good to go.
Great.
Okay, awesome. Let's have some fun, you guys. So thank you everybody for joining us here. My name is Peter Kaspar. I'm the founder and CEO of Terply. And I'd love to start off with a couple of simple truths, actually 4. First of which being, this industry is growing massively. I think everybody here knows that already, but according to BDSA, about $150 billion for an economic impact by 2026. Second, data is worth more than gold. The third, cannabis is tested by labs more than water is tested by labs. And fourth, nobody is commercializing this lab data, even though it's from the most important, verified, and trusted source in the industry. Terply aims to change that. We're harnessing this data with a mission to progress the understanding of the relationship between cannabis and consumer and solve for some basic inefficiencies. Primarily the fact that we understand little about how cannabis affects us. Most research is focused on the medicinal properties. Terply is focusing on the recreational properties, which comes to the issue for the producers and brands that they aren't making products for their customers, but how can they? When they have no lens into the customer experience, they're just shooting from the hip and hoping that the consumer will like their products, which comes to the issue for consumers, that they can't predict product effects before purchase, which is obviously very frustrating considering the high cost of cannabis goods, and consumers deserve to have confidence with their purchases. So to understand this problem, we went out to the market to see how deep this ran and came back with some shocking numbers. 73% of consumers rate product effects as their top selection criteria and their top pain point. 86% of brands use gut instinct to determine indica or sativa for the product effects when they launch products in market. 89% of consumers believe that these indica and sativa product labels are ineffective for predicting product effects. Let that sink in for a second. This is a massive elephant in the room that nobody seems to be addressing or wanting to acknowledge until now. Terply's goal and Terply's solution is to bridge this gap. Primarily for consumers, it'll be through a free mobile app where users can get scientific product insights and community reviews to assist with the product discovery process. On the left side, you'll see our first look at one of our product pages to inform the consumer about what to expect from a particular purchase. Additionally, you'll be able to get geofenced, localized product suggestions and discounts to help with the high cost of goods. And with our integrated review system, the more consumer reviews their experiences, the better the recommendations get and the deeper the discounts get. On the B2B side, we're providing a business intelligence dashboard where our customers can get actionable customer and product insights, product forecasting by leveraging other products' performance in the market, and enhanced direct-to-consumer user engagement tools to improve exposure and visibility to their consumers. The impact for this is massive as well. Consumers now have the support from the scientific and cannabis community, get cheaper prices for their cannabis goods, and can finally purchase products with confidence. Retailers can elevate their bud tenders to provide more exposure to products across their shelves, market their products more efficiently, and ultimately improve the patient outcome and customer experience. And then brands can now understand their target market, produce products that their customers actually want, and increase their brand and customer loyalty. And we project this market to be massive, almost $30 billion for the entire world, 20 billion narrowing it down just to the US, 5 billion for just California, with $15 million in Terply's current sales pipeline, with information sourced from MJBD's 2020 fact book. And the competitive landscape is very fragmented. You have the major business intelligence players like BDSA, Headset, and Trees who are covering retail intelligence, but that stops at the point of sale, something that Terply already captures through our point of sale and retail partnerships. Leafly is the next closest competitor for consumers, but they're primarily focused on competing with Weedmaps and establishing their B2B presence over their consumer focus. Relief and Popbotics are the closest for the consumer-facing applications, but they stop short when it comes to recommendations, personalizations, and they primarily focus on the medicinal properties. Terply is here to focus on the much larger recreational market instead, and obtaining valuable market share in the process. The way we operate is also very simple. We analyze lab data from our partnered brands and lab integrators like Confident Cannabis, provide product insights to our consumers to help them with product discovery, incentivize our review system with deeper discounts and reviews, which we then turn into generating consumer insights by leveraging machine learning and AI for deep learning, personalized recommendations, and market research, which we turn into our primary revenue generator, which is our business intelligence dashboard, which is a SaaS monthly subscription model, where customers can understand their markets, evaluate product trends, and access to lab data. We additionally have other short-term direct-to-consumer revenue streams, primarily our product and retailer suggestions, which is similar to the sponsored model, as well as a 5% commission for our affiliate program as well. Financially, we're expected to reach profitability between years 2 and 3, and you can see our CAC and LTV metrics down below as well. And we have an incredible team bringing this all together. I'm someone who actually, as of this week, just graduated from the MBA program at USC Marshall, and have dedicated my entire life and career towards the cannabis space. From starting USC's first ever business of cannabis organization to working as a senior associate for Trava Capital, a cannabis SPAC headed by James Parker, the former CFO of MedMen, who took them to IPO, who's our lead investor and advisor. We additionally have Alfred Miranda as our interim CIO, who headed up the technology department at MedMen for their IPO, as well as the former CIO of Acreage Holdings too. We have some key hires covering our social strategy, front and back end for product development and UX and design, and a robust advisory team with support from the scientific for science, software development, finance, and partnerships as well. Moving forward, we're looking to raise $1.5 million on a $10 million post-money valuation with the purpose of onboarding our team full-time, expanding for data, marketing, and partnership roles, and managing our operations and marketing expenditure. Terply is here to help consumers find the right cannabis product, and in the process, elevate this industry to a higher standard. Thank you. Open to any questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter. Is there any questions from any of our judges right now? Who is ready to ask one question?
Yeah. I have a quick question. Peter, nice job. Do you have any established relationships with testing labs yet, or is that going to be a critical part of your business model?
Yes, we currently have a relationship established already with Confident Cannabis, which we're siphoning for most of our brand relationships right now. And additionally, are in current talks with several other lab integrators right now. So hoping to have many more in the works. Our purpose or vision is to get coverage across the entire lab ecosystem.
Sorry, Peter, what was the name of that group?
Confident Cannabis.
Yep, thank you.
Any other question for Peter?
I do have a quick question about how customers are expected to find cheaper prices. I didn't pick that up. And
Correct.
then in terms of your recommendations, how often people are using that and coming back for additional recommendations?
So in terms of the cheaper prices, that's essentially established through the retail and brand partnerships who are able to give discounts that users can redeem when they're in a dispensary or purchasing online. So that's primarily how they're going to be utilizing those services. And then, I'm sorry, repeat your second question as well. I apologize for that.
No, that's fine. Recommendations and how often people are coming back for additional recommendations.
So all we really have right now is some preliminary testing data. But one of the biggest things that we see as a value add is being able to find an additional reliable experience. So I loved product A. How do I go find a product similar to product A? That's going to be our MVP when we reach the market at first, is how do you find the similar reliable experience ultimately, which we found a lot of interest across our users from initial testing and market discovery.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. Great presentation. Let's moving forward with our next company presenting. We welcome Cesar Passari, the CEO of RYU Apparel Inc. Welcome, Cesar.
Hi, it's actually Rob Blair. I'm the COO who works with Caesar. So I'm going to be kidding today, but I'll give a quick, I'll pull up my slides here and I'll give you a quick intro on me. There we go. All right, cool. Well, first of all, thanks everyone. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it. Quick intro on me. I was pulled into the company 90 days ago. My background, I've been in this space for 2 decades. In a quick overview, my past career has been involved with Lululemon, Nike, primarily athletic sportswear brands. I was the builder of the Lululemon business for men's. And the author of the franchise, the ABC Pant franchise, which currently runs, I think it delivers somewhere around $200 million to the bottom line every year. And, you know, the men's business is now tracking just under $1 billion. So great experience there, great learnings. And then I went off to work for the Gap and then work with Nike and building out the Nike Lab model, tip of the spear of the world's best storyteller. So been around the space a long time, met with Caesar. Came in. And so what I'm going to give you here is a quick soundbite of where we're at as we're working through our refocused strategy. You know, first and foremost, this is a really healthy industry. You know, the athletic apparel space is considerably growing at double-digit growth, 200+ billion projections by 2025. I think one thing here notable, and we all see it during the pandemic time, people are training at home. You see what the numbers that Peloton's putting up every quarter right now. This is a healthy space and it's not going away. I mean, health is the new currency of wealth, and it's becoming more prevalent across the board. So really excited about us and the position we have as we go into this space. One of the things to call out though, when you look at the space of that 200 billion projection, 10 brands dominate roughly 30% of the space. So the likes of the Nike, the Under Armours, the Adis of the world, and then a number of challenger brands. The one piece to really note though is what's happening is you're getting this massive amount of undifferentiated product And what that's doing, it's compromising the experience for consumers. And this is where we see tremendous opportunity in the white space. We're going to cut through the noise and create a differentiated product that really allows us to create space and grow our share of the market. Some of the trends that we're seeing as well, and this is, obviously we're all, astute of what's going on in the world during pandemic time, no surprise, e-commerce has now jumped to being a pretty dominant force within your overall, your sales mix. And, one thing here to note, in the first 3 months of 2000, we're seeing 10 years of combined growth. And that's not going away. Even after a pandemic time, there's a pent-up demand for retail, and we know retail is going to be really important. And obviously, our refocused retail strategy is really key to succeeding. But a critical part of that mix is still going to be e-commerce. And what does that look like from an experiential standpoint? Some of the stats right now show that about 18% of consumers feel like they get a decent experience online. That's a pretty big upside opportunity around your service model, purely beyond what you're presenting as far as a product offering. So we see this as, again, great opportunity. That leads us into one of our big focuses of our refocused strategy, which is creating this ecosystem, this digital ecosystem and an integrated marketplace. So we create this seamless end-to-end experience on every touch point of the brand. Really what this allows us to do is speed to market with product, with storytelling, with a narrative. And I think in the last presentation, we heard it front and center, digital or in data, we allows us to kind of start to create this engagement with our community and our sub communities, and really developing a good insight into the data, which will ultimately allow us to feed into our ongoing strategy, geolocation of new retail pop-ups, product mixes, and so forth. We're really becoming more intelligent when we move through our seasonal plans. The 4 pillars of our digital ecosystem, commerce, our service model, you look at the utility here, and then ultimately, really what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to kind of create speed to market, really bringing in stronger, more compelling stories, leveraging partnerships that we've got in place right now. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in the coming slides. But ultimately, what it's going to be is allows us to have more agility, be able to move quicker, and create this seamless end-to-end experience, which truly is what consumers are looking for. They're looking for experiential brands. They're looking for ease. A big part of our strategy is about making it easy for consumers, easy to understand, hyper-curated product offering, narrated stories that speak to our male and our female consumer, and also different parts of the market. As we solve as an athletic brand, I'm sure the question comes up, well, so what's different? We look at run, train, live as our pillars of our business. And we don't just solve for a one category, a CrossFit or a running category. We recognize that consumers are becoming athletic opportunistic, and also the blurring the lines between everyday leisure and clothing and athletics. So we look at this as, again, our opportunity to be disruptive, purposely disruptive, and create a unique expression of product that allows us to create solutions that allow you to kind of move through your day. Continue to focus on innovation, key partnerships for us, working with Noble Biomaterials, Silver, bringing in XT2, bringing in some unique technology in and around volcanic rock, curated product offerings, so very clear and concise. So consumers really, it's easy to engage with the brand. And then being narrow and deep in our product mix. So again, core products feel new at every delivery. So there's lots of depth and variety. And continue to inspire through storytelling. And I'll talk a little bit about the team. Big part of our focus here is really transitioning the brand from being a transactional brand to becoming a brand of belonging. And we know when we see the likes of Lululemon, they've been very successful at this. I was part of that playbook. I wrote that strategy. And we're taking chapters of that and also evolving it to where we are today.
Rob, you have 6 minutes.
I'm at 6 minutes?
4 questions, yes.
Okay, so click right through growth path. Again, last slide here, and then we'll jump into some of the key partnerships. Our growth is being paralleled to what we're seeing in the market, and also what we know we can do. So conservative estimates, pretty strong CAGR growth based on real numbers, productivity, and then really the team that's going to be able to do it. So strong pedigree within brand building, business people from everywhere from Adidas to some of the leading agencies. So really excited about that. Key partnership, Zoom Media, BEI in the entertainment space, really allowing us to tap into the entertainment world and leverage these partnerships to really drive growth. And then some of like Canada Skateboard and supporting the Olympic team. So lots of demand creation opportunity, product mix, right team and talent, and we're on our way. And our ask is roughly $5 to $10 million based on the partner that we're looking for, which is going to allow us to kind of fund first phase, second phase of our growth plan. Questions?
What's the pre-money valuation?
Sorry, I missed that.
What's your valuation with the 5 to 10 you said?
Yeah, our valuation right now, I mean, we're tracking around, we were at around a $50 million valuation. We'd like to be sitting back there. That's where we see the valuation and where it should be right now. We'd like to see that move upwards of 75 to 100. And again, after we get through year 1, year 2, I feel confident that we'll certainly have the numbers to support that.
Sorry, so when did you go public? You're public in the TSX.
Yeah, no, so we've been public for some time. The exact date, I believe, is somewhere around 2013, I believe. And the brand's been around quite a while. It's had a different, it's been going through a number of different spaces. And again, part of the refocus and part of the reason why I'm here is to refocus the business on a core consumer and an opportunity that it just hasn't been able to capitalize on. So, we've been public for quite a while. It's had an interesting past. We've had some great success, and it's kind of up and down. Right now, what you're seeing is a soundbite to the refocus strategy and the core team, leadership team that's come in.
So how do you can you explain the $50 million valuation, right? And also, what is the revenue so far, the company?
So the revenue has fluctuated. We have, we were at 5.6 a couple of years ago. The business tracked down last year, again, some missteps in the previous leadership in the company. This year, we're tracking around $1 million in revenue, so it's relatively low. But that said, our incremental growth, we're up 128% in e-commerce. Because of the COVID year, we've had our retail doors shut down. So we missed some great opportunity, and the business didn't pivot quick enough into e-commerce. Now the strategy is more balanced. We've got our retail doors open. We've opened up this click and collect opportunity. So to help with our service model, and we've got a refocused e-commerce strategy with some pretty strong players coming in on the retrend strategy.
And what was the revenue in 2018, 2019, pre-COVID?
Pre-COVID, we were, like I said, we were tracking upwards of $5 million pre-COVID, and then it trended down right as COVID hit. So obviously, all the businesses that were retail focused were hit pretty hard. There
was no e-commerce at the time. You started e-commerce.
It was a smaller part of the focus. So e-commerce has been a relatively, I'd say in the last 12 months, it's been a core focus of the business. And in part, it hasn't, we just haven't invested as much in e-commerce as we could have and should have. So we've now done that. We're capitalizing on it. We know the opportunity. We know where the future growth is coming from. And we feel confident that we're really positioned to win.
So what's your expectations, your projections for 2021?
2021, we're going to close off the year. Our projection is upwards of 5 million. And as we move through our growth plan into 2022, based on the newness and the increased frequency of deliverables of product, and then our new refocused brand strategy and our partnerships, we're looking at about a $10 million to $15 million 2022, closing off the year. And then when we start to see a bit of a growth spike, we're going to see it in 23. with our refocused retail strategy, where right now we have 3 core doors. In 2023, we're looking at changing the model, being a little bit more disruptive, using the data to help drive geolocated retail doors, smaller footprints, and product mixes that speak to the core consumer in that region. And again, a different fulfillment model, and then targeting $1,500 to $2,500 per square foot with more agility at retail. So, you know, that's when we're really going to start to see a spike in our growth plan.
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, you're
great
welcome.
initiative, great presentation. Let's welcome our next presenting company. Welcome Davina Kaonohi, CEO of Element Apothec. Welcome, Davina. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Carol, we're doing Joseph first.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Joseph? Okay, welcome, Joseph. Daniluk, CEO at Water Blocks. It's a pleasure to have you here, Joseph.
Sorry, he had a technical issue. His thing just crashed.
Okay.
Marcel. So we're moving on. Is Marcel, did he drop?
Marcel. There you go.
Marcel Gamma's here, CBD of Denver.
CBD of Denver. Marcel is here with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome, Marcel. Marcel Gamma, CEO of CBD of Denver. Welcome, Marcel.
Thank you. So just let me share my screen with you. So first of all, thank you, Brad, for putting this event together and your warm invitation. Also, thank you to the investor judges, investors from the audience, and potential future shareholders for your time today. My name is Marcel Gamma. I'm a CEO of CBD of Denver. We are a publicly traded company trading on OTC market under the ticker of CBDD. My presentation will contain forward-looking statements. Please refer to this PowerPoint just a bit. I'm proud to share with you today our vision, our goals, and to speak to the strengths of our team, who I'm excited to report have recently announced over $24 million in revenue for the trailing 12 months, up from what was essentially a startup company just 2 years ago. I would like to add, much of this was achieved by our team in a very difficult time. As you all know, as much of our growth occurred under COVID lockdowns. When you're looking a little bit on our achievements, we feel we did this in 2 ways. We consider ourselves an essential business in difficult times. We outworked our competitors. Additionally, we have been executing on an accretive acquisition strategy geared to drive CBD of Denver to become the world's largest and most profitable global CBD and cannabis company. We have been able to execute on our strategy because our approach is different than some of the big names you know out there, like Canopy Growth. The talents of our acquisition team are highlighted, our ability to differentiate between making an acquisition for the sake of growth to large revenues versus acquiring a company that increases our global footprint, has cost savings and synergies, and seeks to bring growth to our bottom and to top lines. Any acquisition will be highly vetted by our team and be designed to add to CBD of Denver already strong portfolio of products and services, and continuously help CBD of Denver refine and execute on our cash flow positive centric business model. At CBD of Denver, we don't grow for sake of growth. We grow for benefit of our shareholders. CBD of Denver's culture aims to always be under promise, over deliver organization, and we are proud to report at the end of Q1 2021, we have reported over $7.4 million in revenue. This puts us well ahead over our 2021 revenue guidance of $22 million. I'm very proud of our sales and acquisition team for making this happen, large in part during the COVID lockdown. I would like to spend now a few more minutes with with you to share our PowerPoint presentation, and afterwards then open the floor for Q&A. When it comes to growth, we intend to continue execute our strategy of finding additional accretive acquisitions, investing in our strong sales force, and we are currently focused on the high growth market in Europe. We are a Swiss-based, grow highest quality product, and are proud of Switzerland's long heritage of using CBD to help people. Recent deregulations in Europe and reclassification of cannabis as a non-narcotic by the UN have opened the door to high growth potential and put us ahead as an advantageous early mover in the legal CBD and cannabis markets in Europe. Why should you invest to us? We are trading at historically low price to sales metrics under 2 times our trailing 12 months revenue. Under a $50 million valuation. I know where we are not canopy growth yet. We don't have hundreds of millions in sales yet. So canopy trades at about 20 times revenues. We also don't lose hundreds of millions of dollars. And if we, CBD of Denver management, have our way, we will always strive to be a high growth profitable company with full transparency, and are working hard to transition to a senior US trading exchange. We also offer a high degree of liquidity, and our share trade in the US OTC market is many millions of shares each market day, sometime north of 100 million. So if you invest in us today and your situation changes tomorrow and you need your money, you conduct such highly liquid buy and sell transactions through your broker. However, we hope you join us in our long-term vision to be part of something special as we strive to be a potential leader of the CBD and cannabis public companies one day. I would like to open now the floor for Q&A, and I'm happy to answer some of your questions.
Any questions to Marcel? Let's remember that it's just have one question.
John, yes.
Questions? Yeah.
Hi, how are you? Great presentation. I appreciate that. First of all, very congratulations to your team. Great year on your revenue. It's really awesome. It's a very hard thing to do. Was most of that acquisitions, or what was your organic acquisition mix?
No, we already did 3 acquisitions, which let's say we continuously growed over the last 12 to 14 months organically. We have developed the market in Switzerland and in Europe, very well. We extended our customer base. Let's say this was really an excellent achievement by our sales teams. And this was, let's say, made it possible to achieve this kind of revenue for the last trailing 12 months for about $24.4 million.
Is that mostly online, or is that brick and mortar?
No, it's, let's say we have three areas we are active in. We have wholesale. We are moving large volumes of flowers, isolates, and oil in the European market. Also biomass is some, let's say, small part of the business. Then we have established our retail business. We have our own shop in the eastern part of Switzerland and the online business. And third, we also have our own production. So when we're looking on how the revenues is, let's say, is distributed over these three areas, it's about 10 to 20% in the production, in our own production, about 10 to 15% in retail and B2B. Oh no, in more, 30% in retail and B2B, and about 50% in wholesale.
David, do you have any questions? David Trailer?
Yes, so Marcel, nice job on the presentation. So are you looking to raise capital this year to support acquisitions, and have the acquisitions been all stock?
Yes, we are, let's say, we have a strong acquisition strategy. For us, it's also important when you're doing an acquisition that this acquisition is, let's say, very doesn't fulfill our portfolio, or let's say optimize or does feel some weaknesses or some areas we're not so strong yet, that we can add some more value there. We have now about 3 targets identified. We are currently further negotiating with, and we are quite confident then we can, let's say, announce another acquisition in the coming weeks.
And did you go public just late last year? I'm looking at your chart right now. Did you go public via reverse merger recently?
No, we let's say we took over CBD of Denver about 24 months ago. It was at about let's say 100,000 revenues a year or even less. The company was valued about 1 million at this time, or 500,000 at this time, and we developed it mostly by ourselves over the past 12 to 14 months with this, let's say, incredible job done by our sales and acquisition team, and also by our management and let's say, yeah, the whole staff, which is really driving in the same direction and makes this possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Princess, do you have one more question for Marcel?
Marcel, yes. Hey, this is Todd McKnight, VP of Red Chip. Marcel, congratulations. Those numbers are compelling. What was the highest level your market cap achieved?
Yes, we were over, let's say, we almost at 150. Let's say, I'm very unhappy how the market is treating us now, because I think our team and is doing a great job, but it's not so far really very well, let's say, yeah, honored by the market. So we dropped down again to about 50 million now, but hopefully we can, with continuously showing that we are able to deliver exceptional results, continues our growth, and doing, let's say, wise acquisitions, which are, let's say, value for the company and also for our shareholders, that we can, let's say, move this up again. And yeah, as we have the vision to become one of the major players in the European or even global market. In Switzerland, we already are on the top 5 of Switzerland companies. European, we are very well on the way to go in this direction too. And yeah, looking, let's say, the sky is the only limit, I would always say.
That's very compelling. Congratulations, Marcel, and congratulations to your sales team. I know you've been working hard through the lockdown, and excited to see the coming 12 months and you reach new highs.
Thank you, Todd. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Marcel. It was a great presentation. And congratulations on your traction. And let's welcome our next presenting company. I would like to welcome Michael Sassano. Michael, are you here with us? Are you ready?
Yep, I'm here. I'm with you. Let me get my screen up.
Thank you, Michael. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Sassano. I'm the CEO of SOMI Pharmaceuticals. We aim to be the largest cannabis manufacturer in Europe for worldwide distribution. Our facility, current phase is 34,000 square feet and can grow up to 120,000 square feet. A little bit about myself. A lot of you in Las Vegas may know me because I'm the founder. I was the founder of Solaris Farms, which recently in 2020 did a merger with the dispensaries, the Sanctuary. And but a lot of you don't know a lot of my other projects. So I've been involved in over 15 construction projects in cannabis over the last 6 years. I've invested and worked with 48 different companies to date. And when you look at Europe, I want you to think about experience matters. A little bit about the European market. I like to compare the EU to the US back in 2017. However, in the EU, there's 26 of the 27 member states are already approved to medical. And there's 50 total countries in the entire European continent. The EU is a global market. And as Boris Johnson recently said, the EU will be the largest cannabis market in the world. And we're going there because it has worldwide distribution capabilities, unlike the US. And that's not really surprising. There's 760 million people on the European continent. And Europe's already going into standardized production with EU GMP, something that the US hasn't done. And you're looking at distribution through pharmacy networks. And they have over 100,000 pharmacies just in the EU alone, 200,000 on the continent. That's 1/4 the amount that are in the United States alone. So what's driving the European market? In December of 2020, the UN rescheduled cannabis to be a medicine, something the US has yet to do. You saw also GW Pharma was bought by Jazz for $7 billion. In fact, you also saw in February, the London Stock Exchange opened up to medical cannabis uplistings. And the last 3 deals, which are very small compared to the US market, startups have reached $100 million market caps. Also, you saw Curaleaf, they paid over $286 million, including investment capital for EMAC, which just a few years ago was a startup itself. The current, when you look at the landscape, you see a lot of giants out there. Tilray, Canopy, EMAC, Aurora. But one thing to keep in mind, all of these companies and their headquarters are actually looking to get into the US, and they're depriving their European counterparts of much needed cash in order to expand later, mostly because, as we all know from 2019, the Canadians put a lot of money into betting on the opening of Europe, and it didn't happen. Well, it's currently going on now. In Europe, you can buy biomass from South Africa, South America, Canada. You can buy products from other countries. You can distribute to other countries. And the problem is they've concentrated strictly on growing. And this is becoming a problem for doctors because they don't know how to prescribe a joint. SOMI Pharmaceuticals only concentrates on producing pharmaceutical grade products like gel caps, drops, transdermal patches. We will create more IP wealth in the company because all our products will be registered as pharmaceutical grade. While others are supporting grows, we're generating IP and registering products. Selling directly to pharmacies requires this kind of standardization. And with over 200,000 pharmacies to reach, just kind of imagine if you had to supply one product to all those pharmacies once a month, or once a week, or once daily, or multiple products per week. Just think about the volume of that and the scale you have to think about. It's not the scale you're looking at when we were developing states and we were looking at smaller models that can scale up. Here, we have to also look, because the market's fairly small at this point in time, to scale up to a global market. We picked Portugal as our hub for manufacturing. And the reason is Portugal's one of the most, not just because we're there, but it is the #1 place to do cannabis today. As I said, our facility can scale up to 120,000 square feet. Notably, we only pay 14,000 euros a month for this location, which is 20 minutes outside of Lisbon, right near the airport, and was a former pharmaceutical distribution center. Over there, we're not looking for, we're looking for people to hire that are PhDs, pharmacists, engineers, QAs, QPs, QCs, and salaries range anywhere from $65,000 for a PhD to $22,000 for an experienced pharmacist. The European culture also is one more of herbal medicine, and they understand extracting from the plants. Whereas the US market, the FDA, is more of a synthetic-based medical market. Obviously in the recreational market, that doesn't exist at all. And we don't need dispensary networks, and we don't have to wait for dispensaries or put capital into dispensaries in order to dispense. We're looking already at well-known the networks of pharmacies that you get anything from your antibiotics to your aspirins from. Our company tracks over 500 cannabis companies in the global space now, except for the United States, for our European venture. We have over 58 biomass supply deals currently today. We have 68 distribution deals with main distribution hubs in Germany, UK, Switzerland, Israel, and Brazil.
Michael, do you have 6 minutes left?
We have an Irish holding company that will carry all of our IP. And let me just try to speed through. We just opened up a new round 2 months ago. We're looking to raise up to 14.8 million. We have $2 million left to go. Our break even was 9 million. We've clearly gone well past that. We expect a London uplisting in Q1 2022. And we expect to break the ceiling on the 100 million valuations of the current listings that are existed right there. We're also a prime target for any US MSO when they pick up their head and take a look at Europe. Okay, anyways, I can cut it off there. Anyways, independent, just to give you just a quick summary of what I've done with this company to date. We turned this company upside down, the model upside down, what current people are doing, or the current, every single company in the EU started by first hiring lots of employees for credibility, buying expensive ground up builds while they were wasting money and capital on their employees, waiting. And then by the time they got done with construction, they then decided to start registering their products and then tried to take a look at sales and distribution. I flipped that on its head. What we did is we tracked every company from the beginning and still do today. We started our registrations and our products before we even started our construction. As we got into our construction, I made sure to time the lease buy of the building to the exact day that I had all of the plans built so that I didn't waste any money on rental while I was going. And we'll hire in the employees later because we know how to run these companies and we know what's needed in order to do it. As of today, we're funded. Investors have an advantage in our company. We have the largest footprint of any EU company out there. That's not words, that's a fact. We're scalable for the global market. We have more experience than the current groups out there or even the starting groups out there. We're stressing IP sales, profitability. We're a perfect target for an MSO. We are going to go public, and our reporting is precise. You can see we have quarterly reports as a private company. We put out monthly newsletters, and our data room is superior. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Great presentation. Is there any question for Michael from our investor judges?
Hey, Michael, did I miss it? What were the total revenues in 2020 and which geography generated the most revenue?
We're still in construction, so we'll be up and running by the end of the year.
Okay, so what are your revenues expected for 2021?
2021, there's no revenues for 2021. 2022, 1 million, 2023, 12 million, 2024, 36 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, do you have any questions? And then Princess?
How much do you have left of the round, Michael?
$2 million left. 9 million was our break even. We're past that. We just increased it 2 months ago.
Michael, when you said that you were interested in going public, is that going public in the UK space, or does it matter?
We're going to go public on the London, and we'll cross list on the OTC, QB, and CSE.
And what are you thinking about timing for that?
It's Q1 2022. There's not many groups out there that have a significant footprint like ours to go public. So we're quite in demand right now. So we've been talking to all the players out there.
Any other question? We have one more question.
Just a quick question. So you're based a little bit everywhere. I mean, you have distributions. And what about Portugal? Why Portugal? I know Portugal is one of the leading countries. I mean, in Europe, starting with some scientific plan. But didn't they allocate only the license to cultivate in a commercial way to only one company? Are you going to cultivate there?
No. When I talked with Infomed, I told them I wanted a standalone facility. I don't want to make the mistakes of oversupply. There's so many growers. We have so many bio deals. And the number one reason for Portugal is speed to market. Infomed, which is the health authority that regulates medicine, has gotten the likes of Tilray, Cleaver Leaves, EMAC, spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in order to educate them as the cannabis products and get those products approved and onto the market. It's number one. It's tops.
Thank you, Michael. That was a great presentation. Congratulations. Let's welcome our next presenting company. I would like to introduce Joseph Daniluk, CEO of Waterblocks. Joseph, thank you for being here and welcome. Are you ready to present?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly and I can see you perfectly fine. Thank you, Joseph.
Very good. Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Daniluk. I'm CEO of Waterblocks. And I came today to extend to you an invitation to join us in building a global enterprise to help save lives, communities, and our environment whenever and wherever disaster strikes. We've patented a new type of flood control barrier system that is rapidly deployable. It's a 4-foot box that has 3 doors on it. One's to automatically let the floodwaters in when they come and fill it up so that it weighs 1,750 pounds. They interlock together. And when the flood is over, you go over, open the front door, let the water out, and put them back together. You now have 8 feet of wall that's back into a 4-foot cube, and you put it back in the truck and drive away. It's a replacement for sandbags. We've been fighting floods for the last 2,000 years using some form of sandbag or sand wall. Well, it's not working anymore with the climate change and the severity of storms that are taking place. We need a rapidly deployable new technology that can respond quickly and help these emergency responders protect their communities and the lives of their residents and the environment. These can be used in a number of different scenarios, from construction sites and petroleum drilling sites, and you name any industry, including trying to save wetlands. We have a tool that can do this. And that's the hardware side of our product sales. But more importantly, what we figured out, in order to make this scalable, affordable to especially small communities that can't afford the cost to buy this infrastructure, we want to set up an Uber-like network we call the Disaster Support Network and go globally. By just putting a little RFID chip inside the barrier, we can rent these out instead of requiring a huge capital investment to create these, because everywhere you look and you see plastic barriers, they're usually used for traffic control. And they usually have holes in them so that forklifts can grab a hold of them and that kind of thing. Well, we did it a little differently so that the water can still be held inside. And that's part of our patented intellectual property. And we want to make a network where emergency responders, government agencies, major corporations, municipalities can all be members on the network and utilize the app that we've already talked to, like Google Maps, to create a new kind of topology program that can integrate with NOAA in order to give people an idea of where best to place their barriers when they have an impending flood coming. We have gone to the largest manufacturing show in North America called ConExpo in 2020 and launched our product. And you can see from the videos that we took there, there's a tremendous interest, not just from the government agencies, but construction companies and all kinds of other people that were at this show. We have momentum. We've been fundraising on crowdfunding on Start Engine. We have over 1,300 investors that have put up about $570,000 just from that offering, in addition to another $300,000-400,000 that we've got from FF&E, friends, family, and everybody else. And so we're at a point where it's time to go from pre-revenue startup into full operations and get our marketing and our production and everything else. In order to make these plastic barriers that are 4-foot cube, I mean, you got to really, until you see one and you're standing next to it, you really can't understand how big 4 foot is by 4 foot by 4 foot. It's a big product. And just the tooling alone, we're going to need about $700,000. I need a marketing staff, and I need all kinds of additional support personnel to make the transition and go into sales. I've got pilot projects pending in California, Texas, Florida, and with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I need to follow up on these. People will be buying these products by the truckload. There is 416 linear feet in the 104 barriers that are stored inside a 53-foot trailer. that when rented, the renter agrees to store the trailer until we come back and pick it up and take it to the next place. So we have a really great program, and we've got the momentum, and I've got a management team with over 150 years of business experience behind us on the board. I've got 30 board advisors that include owners of all kinds of companies, professionals, attorneys. When we went to the ConExpo show, I needed a staff of 20 people to man the hospitality suite we had, as well as the show on the floor. And I put out a request to my board advisors, all 32 of them, and 19 of them flew into Vegas and spent 10 days with me in Vegas, manning the show and booth. And so,
Joseph, you have 6 minutes left for questions.
No problem. I'd like you to take a look at our program and the investment opportunity from a standpoint of making a social impact and helping us create a legacy for future generations, so that our great-great-great-grandchildren aren't still trying to fill sandbags when there's a disaster. But if we don't step in and do something and come up with this technology and bring it to market, we're going to still be filling sandbags our great-great-great-grandchildren will be doing. So I invite you to consider us. Now let me open it up for questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Joseph?
Oh, there must be one out there. Come on, guys and gals.
I know there were some very bad floods in Santa Barbara a couple of years ago. Actually, a cannabis client of mine based there got affected personally. I mean, all the houses there, and there were many lawsuits also against Edison, I think, for something that they did that they should have done. I don't know, like, do you think about, partnering with some big company that, could invest as a way to, not get sued next time there is a flood situation, like a JV with some big company, providing this technology,
Oh, certainly. It just takes time. Claudia, thank you. And you bring up a really good point. If I was in the business that you're talking about, if I was growing marijuana in my backyard, I know that I cannot get flood insurance for that. And what would be really great if I could create a 4-foot or double stack these water blocks and create an 8-foot tall wall around my 45 acres of hemp and marijuana that I'm growing in the backyard that I can't buy insurance on, because then it's protected. And this is just one example of the different multiple uses of this thing. And the problem is for the potential investors trying to get especially with this pandemic, and we've been buried in delays from meetings with the political officials in California and Texas and Florida who can't get a meeting together because somebody's on quarantine or somebody's got a call with the president. I mean, 3 times we had conference calls with the governor of Texas and the mayor of Houston, and it's going to big corporations and trying to get them jump on board with this. That's a 12-month undertaking. And so we're out looking for investors. And the reason we did crowdfunding is because my whole concept, and I got a background in finance and worked in the stock market back in the 80s and 90s. And I'm going to tell you that I created this company in such a way that little investors could get a 10 times return, not just the VCs with the millions of dollars. And everybody should be able to not only share in this, but take great pride in the fact that they're doing something for future generations. That's what we're all about. This thing is, we're making a plastic box with 3 doors on it. That's all we're doing. And we're creating an Uber-like network, and all the technology's already out there. All I got to do is go get a white label for the software, and I can turn this on. But I'm not going to do it until I'm adequately capitalized. So I'm here because you guys are here, and I love you all because you're helping
Thank
make
you, Joseph.
business go.
Clifford, do you have one more question for Joseph?
Yes, just basically 2 quick questions. Joe, a nice presentation. Thank you for thinking about humanity and the planet and all of our safety. What is the composition that you're considering or that you're using at this point? I suppose that it's a petroleum-based bioplastic.
Oh, yes. Let me explain. I've been making nuclear waste liners for the Department of Energy since 2006 through a rotomolded plastic process. It's a powdered resin that we put inside a steel mold, heat in the oven for anywhere from a half an hour to an hour, depending on how thick the walls are and that kind of thing. Pull the steel mold out, open it up, and there's the barrier. And that's how we make them.
Okay, I'm wondering, one last question, if you have ever toyed with the idea of using any type of hemp biomass for your product, whether it be a petroleum-based, hemp-based petroleum, or a hemp biomass product.
If it's got the longevity, you know, our resin maker in Germany gives us a 20-year warranty on our product. In other words, if I make one of these plastic boxes, take it out and put it in the desert and let it sit there for 19 years and go out and it's got a crack in it, the chemical company, it's the largest chemical company in Europe called Untitled, and that's who we buy our nuclear waste resins from. They now have this new product that they can give a 20-year warranty on. And if your biomass product will last 20 years sitting in the desert, I'd be glad to hear about it, because I'm looking for something that might even be lighter than what we're using with polyethylene. Because right now we're at about 50 to 60 pounds for a box, and I'd like to get that down to 30 or 40. And if I can do it with something that's lighter, that still has the strength, because we've took one of these boxes and we put 3,500 pounds of steel plate on top of it to see if it would hold its structure, and it did. So it has to have a lot of strength. It has to have all the capacity that a polyethylene product. That's why the government uses polyethylene to bury nuclear waste in, because it lasts for 10,000 years.
Thank you, Joseph. Very interesting presentation. And definitely when we talk about cannabis investment and entrepreneurship, we need to talk about social responsibility. So this is great. We welcome our next presenting company. We welcome Stephen, CEO and founder of Moneta Pro. Stephen, are you ready to present and pitch to our audience and investor judges?
I'm ready. I'm going to do screen share at this point. And
Welcome.
As soon as it loads up here. Whoops. We love when the computer's in slow motion here. Perfect. So introducing, did Zoom quit on me?
I can see you and hear you perfectly. We can see you and hear you perfectly.
Okay, perfect. I'm
Thank
ready to
you,
go.
Stephen.
Steve and me, Moneta Pro. Basically, we're an
Stephen, I guess it did
Stephen,
quit on him.
I think that you're on mute right now, Stephen.
No. He got booted. I guess it crashed on him.
Yeah, I think that's
Saf,
maybe...
are you ready to go? Cool. Move on to Saf.
Okay, let's move on with our next presenting company. We welcome Saf, CEO of iMetal Resources. Welcome, Saf. Thank you, Saf, for joining us today.
Okay. I think you guys
welcome.
can all hear me now. Thank you, Carol.
I can hear you perfectly.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Thanks for everybody.
Saf, I cannot hear you well. I think that maybe your internet is good enough. Stephen, are you ready now?
Everybody was in.
Do you
Yeah,
want to move
I'm back
ahead?
and ready if that makes sense.
Okay.
Zoom had crashed
Okay,
on me.
let's continue with you until let's give some minutes to Saf. Okay.
Perfect. You'll have
You're
to
welcome,
re-release
Steven.
screen
Thank
sharing.
you.
Carol, you'll have to re-release screen sharing to me. I think it's still to the other participant.
There you go.
Yep, perfect.
There you go. Thank you, Stephen. Welcome.
And again, thank you, everyone. Moneta Pro, enterprise platform for what's called global corporate barter. We fit under enterprise SaaS, supply chain, FinTech. It's award-winning, experienced management team. The target market for us initially, $17 trillion market of what's called corporate barter. This is where the largest companies in the world trade assets with each other. So Ford will trade for airlines, automotive, media. 72% of the Fortune 500 participates, but the problem is it's still a manual process. So in order to trade, you have to identify trade partners, negotiate, track, integrate into the inventory systems, and you have to repeat that each time you want to trade. And the reason it's complicated, people go, why don't you just sell for cash? Well, the benefits of corporate trade is, imagine you're CFO of a car company. Instead of putting something on sale at 20%, spending cash to acquire new items and paying taxes, corporate barter, you trade at full retail, you acquire assets without spending cash, and it's potentially tax-free under some 1099 restrictions and opportunities in the US. So the trade systems need to evolve. There's a lot of consultancy white papers out there saying what a problem this industry is. And it's like the old days of barter. I've got chickens, you've got milk, let's trade. Well, money was created for portability, stability, and audit trails. And that's basically what we built. We built an enterprise level B2B marketplace. Enterprise means divisions and departments, rights and authorities for big companies. They can add products, they can select multiple settlement options, they can search for items. It's a truly B2B marketplace that the eBays and Amazons of the world don't do. We integrated blockchain in. We're not a blockchain company, but we use blockchain in the audit trail and inventory management. So when a major company transfers assets, we write to the IBM Hyperfabric. We can integrate to SAP and Oracle, their accounting modules, transfer the asset record between parties, and write a blockchain contract for audit. And then the solution we built, what makes it a little better, is we created what's called a multi-party trading platform. We built something called a GBUC, a business usage credit. Think of it like a store credit, not blockchain or token or crypto. It's like a store credit in eBay. That credit has value. You can sell an asset, receive credit, and buy something else. So again, now we're creating multi-party trading for a $17 trillion industry. Management on myself, I've had 11 companies. I've taken 3 public on the OTC side. So I understand the micro cap liquidity markets very well. Igor Barash, my COO, took his last company public on NASDAQ. We've got some senior executives out of Sony. Corporate, we've got guys out of BlackRock and Visa on the enterprise side. Dennis Kucinich, former presidential candidate. Go-to-market strategy, very direct. 10 primary industries that trade: airlines, automotive, heavy equipment. So we looked at the largest companies in the world that have a history of trading and targeted our top 10. We're in discussions with about 5 of these right now, and then some others that aren't on this list but fall in that category. Revenue model, we're enterprise software. So there's an onboarding fee, a monthly hosting fee, and a transaction fee off of $1.5 million and up potential transactions. So again, we've built a transaction model at a B2B level that the MasterCards, Visas, PayPals don't play because it's outside the credit card network. Value proposition, efficiency, liquidity, and trust. What we bring to the companies is efficiency with an online marketplace, liquidity where they can buy and sell from each other, and the trust not only of a closed network, but the blockchain component is the audit trail to show where the assets are going. Couple
Stephen,
milestones.
are you sharing your screen right now with us?
Yeah, I have been the whole time.
But we are not visualizing your screen, unfortunately. You want to try to share your screen once again?
I can do, it says
Because
sharing,
we would
but I'll
love
do
to
stop
see
share.
your presentation. Everybody's asking, it's very interesting. We would love to see your presentation, definitely.
So I just did share again.
All right. You know, sometimes the internet takes a while. There we go. Perfect. Thank you, Stephen.
Now it's there. And did we lose it again? I don't know why.
Yeah, I think that we lose it again. Yeah, perhaps your internet is not that strong today.
No, I'm for a change, I'm actually sitting in Los Angeles.
There you go. Now I can see your presentation.
All right, so without making everybody dyslexic, I'm going to back up and forward through this very, very quickly. The presentation I just gave, this is all very high graphics, so you'll get to see it very easily. 17, here we go, Moneta Pro, enterprise SaaS, $17 trillion industry. Big companies like Ford already trade with existing partners. Average company, Fortune 500. The problem is it's one-to-one, so it's manual. They have to do it. The reason they don't sell for cash is in the trade world, you trade at full value. You can acquire assets without spending cash and it's tax-free. So there's some advantages to corporate trade, but it's still complicated. Big companies talk about it, consulting firms. It's like the old days of barter. Moneta, the word moneta comes from money, the seashells. We built an enterprise marketplace. So we've got divisions and departments and rights and authorities, customized home screens, the ability to search and find and acquire assets. We built blockchain in for the audit trails. So we integrate into SAP and Oracle. And then we built multi-party trading. We built a system where a company can list assets, trade it, receive what we built called a GBUC, a business credit, use that credit to buy other assets. So it acts like a currency within a closed marketplace. Executive management team, I've had 3 public companies. We've got guys out of corporate. We've got guys out of Visa, blockchain guys. Go-to-market strategy. These are the top 10 industries that we target. These are some of the companies we've targeted and are in discussions with. Revenue model is enterprise, SaaS, and a transaction. Value proposition, efficiency in the marketplace, liquidity, trust with the blockchain. Couple milestones. We've won 8 contests around the world in blockchain, more than any other company. These are discussions we're having. It's kind of our little, roadmap. We signed a company called Artis. We brought Shepard Mulling in for some IP filings around the blockchain solution. We've got a private label opportunity. We've got an arc of exit. So we believe we are an acquisition target across these multiple groups for different reasons. And we can go through that with anybody that's interested. Current offer, systems are complete, experienced management team, the product's built, integrated with IBM. We're looking at 5 million. So we're doing a pre-series A. We're not quite in revenue mode yet, but the software is built. We're doing a $5 million pre-series A to move to revenue. Milestones we've already hit with management team, software in place. And then we do a little comparison to Amazon, where Amazon's a marketplace for B2C, we're a marketplace for B2B. So that was running through the presentation twice in 7 minutes.
That's great. Stephen, this is great. Great presentation and tremendous initiative. Is there any questions for Stephen?
If not, I'm going to answer one more thing. I don't want to confuse anybody, but because I've had 3 public companies, we do work in crypto. I actually help write the laws in Malta around blockchain and tokens and virtual financial assets. We have a dual liquidity strategy. I don't want to go too in depth, but basically we have an equity component we're doing on the 5 million. And then we have what I call a liquidity token that's about to be listed on a global crypto exchange in Dubai. So we've got a dual liquidity path. I'm actually doing a direct token offering through a global crypto exchange, which is similar to a direct public offering in the US. Rather than going public on the OTC market, we're going to accelerate public on the crypto market internationally, and then still have an equity strategy in the US for acquisition. So I've got a dual liquidity strategy that's extremely unique within the industry. So anybody that's interested in the crypto token side, we've got a unique aspect that gives you both equity and a liquidity token to accelerate your exit.
Thank you, Stephen. Josh, do you have any question?
I do had a question about working with the Department of Financial Institutions in New York and Washington State being the number 1, number 2 most difficult areas to work in the U.S. Curious about roadblocks in terms of getting approval for being able to barter. I think there's an opportunity with whether it's eBay or whatnot. There's a lack of trust with Facebook and Craigslist. So I think with blockchain and having the payments and everything being transparent and available is an awesome opportunity. However, where are you at with potential roadblocks and getting approved state by state or federally?
So I'll answer that, Josh, in 3 ways. 1, there is no approval needed. All we're doing is facilitating corporate barter. These companies are already doing off-book transactions. They're just not effectively tracking it. So we did go to the IRS and said, where do we fall? The IRS already has a 1099B, a bartered or brokered transaction that needs to be accounted for equal party transactions. If that is done under a barter exchange platform, which is like the small business barter that exists in the US, that barter exchange legality rule allows you to transfer assets, earn a scrip, and only be 1099 on the accretive value at the end of the year. So barter for small business is like QuickBooks and Amazon and your local restaurant. Corporate trade exists under the same IRS rules. Nobody's, to our knowledge, has built an enterprise platform. And when we went to the IRS, we are going to 1099 the companies based on the value at the end of the year. So there will be tax implications if there's a balance. But over and above that, all transactions are written to a blockchain for audit trail. So it helps the enterprise not only have audit capability for their transactions, but the IRS would then also have transparency into an industry. IRS thinks there's about $1 trillion or more of off-book transactions in the US that are unaccounted for because they can't track it and can't really audit it. So when we did go to the IRS, we didn't go to Treasury because we're not a Treasury component, but the IRS likes what we're doing because we potentially bring audit capability into an otherwise, austere market that's buried on the balance sheets. And then same thing with 2 countries. We're in discussions with Kuwait around what they call swaps and flips, where Kuwait's trying to figure out how to potentially integrate our market because we're a closed platform and everything's trackable and an audit trail. So there's some compliance things we bring in, but otherwise we don't fall under Treasury. And then with the token we're not selling, so we don't fall under the SEC's misguidance right now. We're gifting the token to the investor and we hold it in a Treasury wallet in Malta. And the investor can take possession at some point in the future whenever guidance is clear for the US investor. So I separated the legality out on both the token side and the IRS side.
Thank you, Stephen. John, let's move on with the last question. for
Amazing.
speaking, please. Thank you.
Amazing presentation, great presentation, I really appreciate it. Just a quick question. I always wondered, what is the value of a fully depreciated asset? I assume that this is what is being bartered.
No, you know what, John? It's a complicated and yet simple question. Let's take it to real quick. If you own a car, you're the CFO of Ford, your asset depreciates every day. And at the end of the model year, you could put it on sale for 20%, sell it and still pay taxes, or you could call a computer company and trade the assets at full retail value. So you might have a depreciation in the normal market, but within the trade market, if I've got cars, I'm not going to call you and say, hey, John, give me a discount on computers. I'm going to say, my cars are $1 million full value. I'm going to book that in EPS revenue. You sell me your depreciating computers at full value. If I price them lower, that me as the seller is my discretion of what to price them at in the marketplace. But I also now have transparency of other products that are listed. So if I put an asset out that's overpriced, it's not going to move in the marketplace. It's like putting a computer in eBay for 3,000 when the market variance is 1,000. So we don't get involved in pricing, but it's an interesting market at full retail transaction. The other one real quick is simple. What's called a terminating asset. Shipping companies, when the ship leaves the port, you can't resell capacity. So Maersk, DB World, these guys try to trade that capacity out because if they don't trade it, or a hotel room, you know, you've got an asset you can't resell. That's a depreciating asset on a daily basis. There's a different motivation for the service industry, food, shipping, media. Those conglomerates are a little different. So there's motivation for different industries based on how they want to use the system. Or a lot of them are already doing this trade. We're not inventing it. We're just trying to help them automate it.
Incredible, Stephen. Amazing. Thank you for your great presentation and best of luck. And definitely this is going to
Thank you. And sorry for the technical delays. We'll blame it on Zoom.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Stephen. We welcome our next presenting company. We welcome Saf, CEO of iMetal Resources. Hello, Saf. Welcome to Investor Hot Seat. Are you here with us? There you go.
Unmute. Okay, Carol, we'll try this again. You can hear me okay now?
There you go. I can hear you perfectly. I can see you perfectly,
Okay.
and I can see your presentation.
Nice. Okay.
You're ready to go.
Thank you. iMetal Resources is a junior Canadian mining company. I'm based here in Vancouver, British Columbia. I've got the ticker symbols on the first page. I won't go read them again. As we're a public company, we're going to have some forward-looking statements. There's our usual disclosure. So I guess I'm a little bit different here. There's been different types of presentations, mostly on cannabis. Looks like I'm the only mining-based company. So really, I guess the first question is, why invest in iMetal Resources? Well, there's about 1,500 plus junior mining companies listed on the TSX Venture. We've got about half a dozen projects, 5 actually in Ontario, 1 in Quebec. And Canada, if you don't mind, is the 3rd most attractive mining region in the world, with Ontario coming in 2nd place, only behind Quebec. And of all the provinces and territories in Canada, our portfolio of projects are spread out basically under 2 greenstone or gold belts. The first one being the Abitibi Greenstone Belt, which would represent, if you can see my cursor, the 2 red tags to the east of the map. And this Abitibi Greenstone Belt hosts some of the largest mining companies actually in the world. But some of the camps that are based out of this region are Noranda, Kirkland Lake, Val d'Or, of course, in Quebec. Detour Lake would be one of the largest, newest discoveries over the last several years. And our focus really with these 2 projects is in a smaller, a little less unknown mining camp called the Shining Tree Camp. The second region that our other 3 projects that we acquired earlier this year are in what's called the Beardmore-Geraldton Greenstone Belt. This was actually thrust into the limelight at the ending of last year when one of the most well-known successful Canadian mining billionaires, Ross Beatty, through his Equinox Gold, took out a major position in a project called the Hard Rock Project, and he acquired 50% of it for just under 700 million Canadian. The company is spearheaded by myself. Of course, I'm the president and CEO. I brought on Tim Henneberry, who has a 46+ year colorful career that spans the globe, and he's been involved in a number of very successful junior companies as well. One of the milestones again is that we earlier this year formed a strategic alliance with Riverside Resources, and that's how we acquired these 3 assets in the Beardmore-Geraldton Belt. Riverside Resources is another Vancouver-based Canadian mining company that's listed on the TSX Venture, and it's headed up by a gentleman named John Mark Stouty. And I'll talk about them in one of the follow-on slides. So I just really want to, again, each slide, I think I'm going to try and not get too technical, but at least kind of give you an idea of where we're at and why we're here and what's differentiates us from, you know, a lot of the thousands or hundreds of junior mining companies. Again, we're in the Greenstone, two of the famous Greenstone belts of Canada, with the Abitibi Greenstone Belt hosting our 2 projects here in black, the Gauganda West and Ghost Mountain. This Abitibi Greenstone Belt, since the very first discovery was made back in 1901, it has produced well over 200 million ounces of gold, over 400 million ounces of silver, and 15 billion tons of copper and 35 billion tons of zinc. There's 21 distinct gold deposits in this belt alone on the right-hand side, and it has a number of 3 million plus ounce deposits, some of which I've listed here. And this gold and silver, these minerals that make up the past production, were produced from over 100 different mines. Again, the province, as well as this region, hosts some of the largest companies in the world, some of the largest Canadian companies for that matter, and Kirkland Lake Gold, who basically is based here by Kirkland Lake. That's how they were founded on this discovery here. And Newmont, which happens to be the largest mining company in the world, also has a very significant presence here. We are, again, as I said, our flagship project is Gauganda West. We sit next to what's called the Juby deposit. The deposit is roughly a 2.2 million ounce gold deposit. And the reason why I've got Ghost Mountain here as well is this is right next to what's known as the Holt Holloway Mine Complex. This is owned by Kirkland Lake Gold, and they were in the news just late last year as well, where they formed a strategic alliance with the largest gold producer in the world, Newmont, which is part of the merger with Goldcorp. But Newmont and Kirkland Lake, they have formed a strategic alliance to get this Holt Holloway Mine Complex, which sits next to our claim block, $75 million investment to get this back into production and increase their production. Coming a little bit more into the Shining Tree Camp itself, this slide here kind of really shows you a little bit of the geography of this really underexplored camp, the Gauganda camp, which would be down here. But as you can see, this slide kind of really gets to show you the north and south trending faults, which run specifically through this camp. And as if you notice that there is quite a cluster that goes southeast, northwest, right through where our flagship property is based. Again, here is a snapshot of the Juby deposit. And right next to us, this is about an hour and a half away, Timmins. Timmins is a small town that was founded on the success of mining. It's also Not sure if
You have
everybody's
6 minutes left.
okay. I will try and speed up through this. So our plan is really to unlock this undeveloped shining tree camp known as Galganda. Quickly go into where we are specifically. This map really shows you. Again, I think I might have started off, if I didn't, we're a $5 million market cap, Canadian dollars company, and we are surrounded by a number of very successful junior and mid-tier producers. Some of the companies around us, some of our peers, their market cap ranges 10 to 20 million. But one that is of real significance for us is, of course, and we share a border with them, is a company called Eris Gold Corp. Eris is actually on the TSX, the senior board in Canada. They're roughly a $350 million market cap. They are backed by another very successful billionaire miner based out of Vancouver, Frank Justra. He's put together a world-class team, and it's now chaired by ex-chairman of Gold Corp, Ian Telfer. They have just initiated a 10,000 meter drilling program, and just north of them, and we share a border with this other company, Ore Finders. They are roughly a $10 million market cap company. They have just kicked off drilling in the last 60 days. And in the last 30 days, it was announced that one of the mid-tier majors, Kirkland Lake Gold, a $15 billion market cap company, has just invested $2.5 million by way of an equity investment in the company. And they have committed to acquire up to 75% of this project for 60 million Canadian over, that's a work commitment over the next 5 years. So this is really starting to show you that, for a $5 million market cap company, we're kind of in a hotbed of activity, and we're looking to basically kick off our exploration in about 60 to 90 days. The next few slides, I think, get a little bit too technical, so I won't really go into that. We have had about half a dozen holes that we've drilled on the property. We've had a number of grab samples. All indications have confirmed mineralization on the property. We've had grab samples as high as 56 grams per ton.
Thank you, Saf. Any questions?
Oh, that was fast.
From our investor judges?
Can I just quickly add that I'm in the middle of a $2 million Canadian equity raise. We just announced that on Tuesday, and the plans are to use these funds to basically commence on a 2,500 meter drill program at our flagship property, Galganda West.
Thank you, Saf. Claudia?
Yeah, so quick question. Did you do already the reserves reports? They're called differently in different regions of the world. I used to call them JORC in Asia. So did you do all the reserve reports already?
Well, our property still doesn't have a proven resource. That's what the money is going to be used for. So we've done a grab sampling, has confirmed gold mineralization. I don't think I can go back to the slide, but if anybody wants to, connect with me afterwards, I think I can go over that. But that's really what this whole drilling program is going to do. It's going to set out to confirm a resource, develop that resource. There's talk of potential further M&A in the region, and we basically want to confirm what we have before we even talk to any of the mid or majors in the area.
So you're raising capital mostly to do this,
Yes.
do the reserve. And then what's the plan? Do you want to sell it once you prove the reserves to a bigger major company?
Yes. Sorry, Claudia, that's a really good question. I can't really answer that until I know what I have, and I won't know what I have until I commence further drilling. We actually partnered with Riverside for a couple of reasons. We acquired those 3 portfolio projects, but they have a world-class technical team. They've worked with Tech. They are currently working with BHP, 2 of the majors, and we actually just had them on our property in the last 3 weeks, and we're awaiting about 100 samples from their first work program that they've performed on the property. So we're excited about, moving our relationship forward with them. And again, I really want to reiterate that I don't think we're ready to talk to anybody yet. We own this property 100%. We own all the claims. We've got the NSR. We've got an option to acquire these 3% NSRs down to 1.5% anytime prior to going into production. I'm not a geologist by trade. I've been involved in the capital markets for 15 years. I've helped grow another natural resource company. It was actually an independent power producer. I helped grow it from $2.5 million market cap to its peak of 300 million. By the end of the 12 years, it was actually producing about 40 million in revenues, and that's in US dollars. That company was called US Geothermal. You know, we ended up doing about 100 million equity financings. I worked hand in hand with the founding director, who also was the CEO, and he also at one point was the CEO of Ivanhoe Mines. So I think you'll see in the next few weeks and months to come, we want to close our financing, commence our drilling in the next 60 to 90 days. And I think you'll be seeing that I'll be adding more at the management and at the board level, more technical expertise.
Thank you, Saf. Interesting opportunities beyond the cannabis industry. It's always valuable to, to diversify our portfolios. Great presentations, Saf. We will continue with our next presenting company. Our last presenting company, we welcome Davina, CEO of Element Apothec. Welcome. Davina, are you here with us?
Hi, how are you doing today?
Hello, welcome, Davina.
I'm working on sharing my screen, and thank you for the flexibility today. My internet went out, fun challenges of working from home, but I hope that everybody's having a good day today. So can you see the screen?
I can see the screen, I can see you and hear you perfectly.
All right.
Thank you, Davina.
I hope everyone's having a great day. And Brad, I really appreciate you putting on another incredible event. I'm Davina, the CEO and co-founder of Element Apothec. Element Apothec is a mission-driven brand creating high-quality CBD wellness and body care products. Using the healing power of nature and innovations in science, we help customers live a better life every day. Element Apothec launched just over 5 months ago, and we already have a growing base of passionate customers and exciting retail partnerships, typically reserved for much more established brands. Our customers love us and retailers want to work with us. Part of the reason we are excelling right now is because of the problems that exist in the current market. There is a lack of trust in this space due to limited regulations, with so many bandwagon brands and white label products using toxic and harmful ingredients with little medical oversight and a lack of innovation. Also, there's a lack of education, with 70% of consumers not even understanding what CBD is or the endocannabinoid system. Element Apothec was started from the ground up due to a need for safe and clean products. We were born in a kitchen, not a lab. When nearly a decade ago, my great aunt couldn't find safe products to help her symptoms from multiple medical conditions and life stressors, she created products that helped her and countless others. Today, those time-tested formulations have found new life as we partner with integrated practitioners and bring them to the world. Element Apothec will be a market leader by competitively differentiating ourselves to become a trusted brand. In everything we do, we are actively designing for the qualities of trustworthiness, as shown through our certifications, our commitment to clean, high-quality products, our pending B Corp status, and our commitment to sustainability and radical transparency. Additionally, by working with a regulatory advisor, we are exceeding compliance regulations and preparing for any future regulatory legislation. And with our commitment to consumer education, we empower consumers with the knowledge to live better lives every day. We are leading the market with our doctor-driven functional formulations using CBD and other minor cannabinoids like CBG, CBN, and plant-based remedies. And we continue to develop new products to address specific health concerns and challenges. We have an incredible team to lead this charge, starting with myself, with 20 years of experience in leadership development, startup strategy in the recruiting, tech, and B2C space. We have our Chief Scientific Officer, Dr. Swati, an integrative pharmacist, published clinical researcher, and a CBD medical consultant. And David Crowther, who's our COO, with 25 years extensive experience in media and operations. And all of this is supported by our advisory board to give us the advice and guidance we need in their respected areas to lead our company to success. And as you know, the market is expanding rapidly. The CBD market is expected to expand to over $16 billion. Sorry, lost my voice. Currently, the top 20 companies make up only 17% of the market. And as a result, we have an opportunity for exponential growth. Based on our business model, we have a reachable goal of $54 million with our unit economics of 3-to-1 and averaging of our, sorry, I have lost my chain of thought, sorry. Our business model incorporates both B2C and B2B as well as subscriptions. We really understand our customer and we plan to reach them through multiple marketing efforts that include social media, PR, content marketing, as well as digital marketing as well. We are just kicking off some of these efforts again as we just launched our sales in December. And how does Element Apothec stack up? Although the space is extremely competitive, Element Apothec really stands apart from the leading brands with our doctor-formulated products, commitment to clean and safe ingredients, our focus on education, and our positive impact in the world. Having just launched our products, we have some incredible traction and validation already. We have commitments with retail partners. We are really proud of our exclusive partnership with Verdi Farm Health, a medical GPO group, giving us access to 1,400 clinical doctors, as well as participating in clinical studies. We have certifications and other partnerships that give us access to really great communities. And we understand in this space that there is a lot of opportunity for mergers and acquisitions. That's where we really intend to have our exit strategy. We are currently raising $500,000 through a convertible note with a $4 million valuation, a 10% discount, 7% interest. We expect this will give us a run rate of approximately 1 year to continue to meet our goals. Element Apothec is really the promise of better for all. Thank you so much.
Great, Davina, thank you. Is there any questions for Davina?
Davina?
Yes.
So with regards to raising capital, do you have the strategy as far as what the near-term and long-term needs are to get you to the 54 million?
Yeah. Yes, correct. So we're really looking to raise this money. A lot of it's going to be obviously spent, as the slide said, on marketing, as well as inventory to be able to keep up with the demands of the retail partnerships that we expect, as well as clinical trials that we're starting. But we expect this will really give us that opportunity to be able to expand and to gain the brand awareness and traction that we need to be competitive in this space.
Thank you.
Hi, Davina. John Thompson here. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Great presentation. These brands, they just seem to get better and better. And I'm sure you guys in a couple of years will be very, very good. I've heard stories like this where people start from nothing and 2 years later, they're talking about a $20 to $30 million brand primarily online. So what you're saying is right on the money. I like the brand. I like what it has behind it. So I wanted to say that right out front. Are you guys going to primarily do the consumer part of it, the branding part of it, or are you looking to are you also looking for manufacturing, or what's the deal?
Yeah, so currently right now, I mean, we do manage all of the formulations. They were developed internally. We're continuing to develop products. We're actually in partnership with a couple companies to develop products with them through licensing as well. In terms of manufacturing, that's something that we will look to potentially expand to. Currently, right now, we work with a manufacturer co-packer to produce our products, but depending on the cost and where we grow, that might change. So that's something that we're not taking off of the plate, but for currently right now, we're working with a co-packer and really looking to manage all of the brand and product formulations, marketing, sales.
Thank you, Davina. Great presentation. Well, that we have concluded our presenting companies. It's time now for your vote. Judges will each select one company to give their vote to, and a pop-up window is now available on your computer screen where the audience will be able to vote for your number one company presentation. If you are visualizing the pop-up window now, please make sure you choose the company that, in your opinion, made the best presentation pitch today. Make sure you vote. While our audience is voting right now for the best presentation, the best pitch of today's companies that have been joining us, let me ask each investor judge what is their vote, what was the presentation and the pitch of their preference. So, Claudia, what company was the best presentation of today's investors hot seat webinar?
Sorry, yeah, they're all obviously, every company had their benefits, and so everybody presented very well. But the two companies that stuck to my mind, actually two, are CBD of Denver and Soma Pharmaceuticals, and that's because I'm very much inclined in the pharmaceutical side, but also because I'm very interested in the international market as well. So when I see these companies as being part of the international market as well. So
let's pick one company, Claudia.
Oh,
which
okay.
one was your favorite?
Okay, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's say Soma Pharmaceuticals.
Okay. Clifford, what was your favorite presentation of today's webinar?
Well, I totally agree with Claudia in that both companies, CBD of Denver and Somai, are of my interest, being that I cut my teeth in the CBD consumer product and am in transitioning into APIs for pharma. I'm already very, very heavily invested in Europe. I am in love with Spain and Portugal. But I am going to choose, it's a very tough decision, but I'm going to choose CBD of Denver, and I cannot click on the investor pitch competition for some reason, but that's who I would vote for.
Great, thank you. Daniel from DV.
Yeah, I have to agree. I have to agree with both judges there, and my vote's for CBD of Denver. I think they have a lot of runway. They have a great team, and you're betting on the jockey as much as the horse, right? I think that the jockey there is pretty darn. He knows what he's doing. So that's where I'd place. That's where I'll place my money.
Okay, great. Thank you, David. What was your favorite presentation of today?
So I'm also looking, well, first of all, Carol, nice job today for you
Thank you.
yourself. You've done a great job of moderating a very difficult thing with a
Thank
lot
you.
of technical glitches. So good job.
Thank
But the investor pitch competition, the voting thing pop up, it doesn't seem to be active. So are you asking two questions, who I'd invest in and who had the best presentation?
Yeah. Well, where would you like to place your investment? I think is the
Yeah.
the
So, well, I
question.
think looking at all the presentations, I think all the presentations were very good. People were able to put points out very well. And I think when you said, who would you invest in today? I think that's the key thing to me, because I would probably at a point in time in the next year invest in all these companies. But I think people put out very good, reasons for what they're doing. Moneta Pro and the water blocks. I mean, they're going after markets that, I think will be successful at some point. But I would probably CBD of Denver, just because I looked up the financials of all these companies that are public, and it just seems like there's a disconnect between the market cap of the company and the revenues. With 25 million in revenues in Europe is pretty impressive. So that's a long-winded answer. Sorry.
Thank you, David. Dr. John Thompson, where would you like to invest today? You're on mute.
Yeah, here. Hi.
Okay,
Hi,
there you go.
everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, so we see CBD companies every day, Europe, all over the world, Asia, South America, Central America, US, Canada, all over. And we get kind of a similar investor pitch. I think that what you guys are saying about CBD of Denver, really great. Their revenue numbers are great. They got a team that can obviously execute. I love that. The Sonami Pharmaceuticals with Michael is also really great. It sounds like he's really got a good momentum going there. But I am very, very partial to software, so I would have to go with Terply. Sorry, guys. Even though I'm all about the CBD world, I really have a lot of big partiality to software. I think it's a really great investment, especially to get in on something at the ground like that. You got a team there who is obviously very motivated, and so I really appreciate the Terply guys. Yeah.
Great. Josh, where would you like to place your investment from the companies that you hear today?
So I've got 8 criteria, taking lots of notes today, and so based on just the criteria that I kind of put out here, Terply had the highest score. Just like John mentioned, the tech I really like. So Poseidon Asset Management, I'm surprised they haven't picked them up already, haven't already invested in Headset. Right off the bat, I was like, well, what's the difference between Leafly? And he kind of went into the secret sauce and what makes them different. And then that's when things kind of got a little bit more interesting for me. I think the data is phenomenal. I think there's opportunities there and a lot of integration opportunities. So I would definitely look at that data with Terply as my bet.
Okay, great. Princess.
Yes, for me, it's also a mixed bag, but looking at what we've done in the past over at Baustad and Sutter, our focus and sweet spot likes to be in the middle capital markets. So when I'm looking at CBD of Denver and Sonami Pharmaceuticals, I'm really liking the revenue levels that CBD of Denver has been able to position. And especially through an acquisition process, not an easy task. I've seen other companies over in Europe as well, trying to do similar things, trying to position themselves, and they get stuck without having not only the strong management, but also just some really good target identifiers. So I'm a little curious about who those targets are for the future of CBD of Denver, but I'd love to have that conversation offline and continue, but that's who I would go with.
Thank you, Princess. Todd, where would you like to place your investment today? You're cutting out, Todd.
Good job today.
We cannot hear you well, unfortunately.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Now, yeah, better. Maybe if you turn off your video, maybe we can hear you better.
I just about to take off in this here. I'm going to see it well.
Okay. CBD of Denver, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Okay, so I think that judges have voted for CBD of Denver. So the winner of the judges vote will be CBD of Denver. And now I can see the results on our attendees. And Terpley is the winner of our audience preference. So congratulations to Terpley to win the audience vote, and congratulations to CBD of Denver. Marcel, congratulations, you win our judges preference.
Thank you very much.
You to every single one of you. Thank you, Brad, and all the organization team. Let's remember that we have in about 5 minutes a great networking event to wrap up this incredible afternoon and get to know in a deeper communication all the initiatives and get to know also the judges and some audience that will be joining us in 5 minutes. I want to thank definitely all the investor judges for being here today and sharing with us your insights. It's something remarkable about this event is the opportunity that we have seen regarding diverse opportunities throughout all the value chain in the industry in North America. It is important to recognize the great job that the organizers have made in order to offer a well-diversified opportunities across the value chain, across the every single activity within the industry. And let's meet each other in our networking Zoom meeting. Thank you, all the producers, Ron, Brad, for your help today. I hope I did a good job, and we'll see you, every single one of you, in our networking private Zoom room. I will be there joining you guys, and I hope to see every single one of you in that room. We would like to remind the audience and webinar participants that the recordings of today's presentation will be available on the Investor Hot Seat website and also at the Cannabis Investing Forum YouTube channel. For those that would like to contact the presenters and investors, their emails are available on their section of the Investor Hot Seat website. Thank you. See you in 2 more minutes. Let's welcome once again our Master of Ceremonies, John. Are you here, John? Welcome.
Thank you, Carol. Great work on your part, and it's good to be back. Just a few. Yeah, I think it's wonderful. Thank you. You did a great job. It's tough being a moderator. I've done what you've done before. Now, a few final personal observations about the investor judges, companies, winners, and voting by audience. Investor judges, I only wish they sat on my board of directors. They comprise an incredible brain trust. With this board, I could ultimately raise 9 figures. Trying to pick the best company is much harder than it seems. There are many good candidates, and often our choices are based on risk profiles unique to each investor. For example, I like the medical cannabis space best, but there are excellent companies in the adult use market. Nevertheless, I congratulate the winners for passing through a most challenging process. You won because, frankly, you're really good. Judging by the comments and questions, I am honored to serve as your host for a group of very smart attendees. This is a great audience, and you really should be proud that you attended. Finally, each time Brad Turner produces an event, the quality of the company presenting improves. I've attended 5 events, and it just gets better and better. So this completes another episode of the Investor Hot Seat. I want to thank all the sponsors, speakers, investor judges, presenting companies, marketing partners, and especially you, the audience, for joining us today. We would like to remind the audience and investor judges that you can review the presentation seen today on the Investor Hot Seat website. In addition, you can locate the email of the presenters and investor judges, so you may contact them directly. The URL is www.investorhotseat.com. I also want to personally thank Brad Turner and Ron Wells for creating and producing another excellent event. And please make sure to mark your calendar for our next event, the Cannabis Investing Forum, in person and virtual webinar on July 29th, 2021. We are seeking companies that would like to present, investor judges, exhibitors, sponsors, media, and marketing partners. You can find the information at the Investor Hot Seat and cannabisinvestingforum.com, then register on Eventbrite. And a special announcement, I want to make a special announcement that if you are in Las Vegas this coming Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, God, I wish I was there, please join us at the Alternative Investing Forum lunch Friday, May 21st from the 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join us also on Saturday and Sunday at the G4 Live Investor Summit, Mandalay Bay Conference Center. You can find additional information on the Investor Hot Seat website, and you should also contact Brad Turner. Registration links are in the chat. And now for the networking. This is a reminder that you will need to register again with a new Zoom meeting link to access the networking room. It is posted in the chat now, and the link can also be found on the Cannabis Investing Forum website. I look forward to seeing you in the Zoom room. Adios, amigos. Ciao all. Great seeing you. Bye.
Thank you.